Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は450日目です。It is day 450. Alright, we're gonna try to recover from yesterday and so on. So let's get right into it. We got 2 solid days to recover from our indulgence. Today should be relatively quick. This is our one of 3 days. One of 3 days, actually.
挑戦者
疑問
紛らわしい手袋
液晶
威張る
It's like to be big. Something like that. Like to be arrogant. Okay.
風潮
即
荒波
うまい柔道
印刷潮流
What? Oh.
沈める騙す
Oops.
満潮する
缶コーヒー僕や開封
お
手堅い
手堅い寝床
泊まり石垣朗報
即日
梅雨
うーん。
慰める。
いや網戸
分裂。
懲罰
揺れる。一斉。
うん。
真
一つ
即死。
柔らかい。
牧師。
即興。
珍味策
封書。
封書。
見逃す。暖炉。
原子炉
Wait. What? Oh, wait.
暴
暴
露。
露。
上げ。需要。
捕まえる。
握り。
撲滅
封
方言
建主義。
主義。ロシア。
迷路。
距離避ける
克服する。柔和。珍しい。
絶滅
絶滅。牧場。携帯ストラップ。
ストラップ。
露店。
揺さぶる。
露出。胸。
胸。
即座。
助力。
牧草。
牧草。
安泰。
Sure.
独
独
創。
創。
沈む。
賃貸。
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Dang it. Bluetooth ears. What is con? That's three.
寒類。
Hungry. Ah,
相撲。
so many typos.
こと。
Auto. Auto.
慰謝料。
車両。Uh-oh. When's Nami?
軒並み。貢献。 趣論旨権威水晶摩擦幻滅焦がす
9位威厳哲学者
観ほがらか荒らす露骨趣味筒
喪服
医者
ゆする
荒々しい
Wait. Just kidding.
航路壊滅滑り台
為替 滅亡
All right. In a fraction of a time of yesterday, as one imagines. Yeah, so this will be day 4, which is not bad. Tomorrow will also be a day we can catch up. And then this will be a 0 day, so it's another day we can catch up. Then we're back again. Actually, what time will this be? At 9, 21, and 22. So we're gonna have to flip our schedule. Because I should have started like 3 hours, like 5 hours ago actually. Something came up. Had some things I had to do. And then also yesterday, I basically ran out of time. Alright. We skipped our second day read, so that's fine. Let's just keep going here. As review. Alright. So, go upstream. Sheet. Sheet. Limbs. Soon. 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 Yeah. Soon. Measurement. And edge. Yoku. Wings. Itsu. Lucky. Ha. Blade. Nin. Indoor. Whoops. Momo. Each. Nazo. Mystery. Samurai. Scott. Let me double check on this. Dang it. It is Kun. Okay. Alright. Got gold. Gold. Recreation. Gold. Ladle. Suit. Vermilion. You. Hill. Nashi. Air. Go. Shout. Tsu. Fishing. Ami. Air. Asa. Nautical hat. Hime. Princess. Ryu. Rain. All. Cannon. Guy. Thunder. Kitsune. Ox. Mitt. Sprout. Full. Power. I push open. And that's it. Draw near. Alright. That's a wrap for our WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. Yesterday was a very long day of yaps. Met someone new as well. Pretty excited. Can't wait to hear what they end up achieving in a month's time. Always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, exchange ideas. Right. Until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, try to pace myself today, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Minasan, okanasai. 今日は95日目です。It is day 95. All right. So, we really got to start piling on these reviews. We'll try to cut into the stack today. Actually, most of the stack. Oh, it's actually not most of the stack. Well, that's 92 of that. But at least try to cut into the 92. I wonder if I can prioritize this. Hang on, give me a sec. Let's pull this out. Okay. Can I reprioritize this? Let's see. Sorry, I gotta look at my settings. That also deals with like specific information. Can I prioritize review? Like the order reviews. Not particularly. Oh, there are actually SRS interval options. All right. Guess not. Okay. Guess we'll just play it by ear. All right. Let's get into our lessons. All right. Sequence. At the end. The not. Oh, it's sequence but negative sequence. Okay. All right. I see that. Nai. And then E adjective, remove the E, and then you get the kana. Okay. Good. And then the na. And then the dewa. Yeah. Okay. That's such a complicated way because it's kind of arbitrary. Okay, all right. I'm thinking of it differently, but I get it. Okay. So, なくて kute is the functional group that they're suggesting, and non, then more like the ku conjunctive form. Okay, which should share with nouns. Okay. Right, we have some exceptions because of their conjugation. Ever present E exception for the E adjective, and then our exceptions for our verbs. Suru and kuru, and then dewa being able to take ja. There's no like okay. And there's no cha, so okay. Alright. In Japanese, nakute is a construction that combines nai, right, in the conjugated form, aku, right, with the conjunction particle te. Yeah, that's what I thought that looked like. But because of the way they written this, it makes it feel like te is the thing, but it's naku plus te. So the way they're structuring it is weird. Like it's a nai converted into a naku. It is how I would look at it. So if you're canceling nai, it's naku and then plus te. But the way they're describing it is how I would imagine the diagram would be. Kind of interesting. This results in the same and meaning as the standard te form, right? But with the negative meaning of nai. And then you need naku in order to combine it with something. Can be translated as to not do and or not a and so on, depending on what type it is, right?
お金がなくて車が買えない。
金がなくて車、そう、買えない。Oh, interesting. I see.
あのケーキは甘くはなくてまずいです。
Wow. Oh, right, because it's a negative. No. What? Wait. Wa is frequently added between the stem form of an adjective. I get that. And nai often... and nai, often this is just for emphasis. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. Alright. Excuse me.
私の車は静かではなくてガソリンの減りも早い。
Gasoline, man. Gasoline no. Man. 減りも早い。の減りも。Right, because it's a non-adjective. 静かではなくて、ガソリンの早い。Okay.
あれは犬ではなくて猫でもないです。
I see. Interesting. 猫でも OK. なくて猫でもない。Oh, because it's using either. Okay, I see. That's actually I think that's related to the very first grammar point about demo modifying a noun. And I kind of get what it means by either. As discussed in our initial lesson that nai, there are two forms of this particular word. One form is an auxiliary verb. Yes. And is used with verbs. The other form of nai is an e adjective. That's supposed to be Keiyoshi. Yo. Okay. And it's used with nouns, non-adjectives, and adjectives. Sorry, that explains the naku. The difference between these two is that the e adjective forms. The e adjective form may have wa in between it, and yeah, right, we just saw that. And the word it is connected to, ewa, right? Ewa in the case of nouns and non-adjectives, right? With verbs, due to nai being an auxiliary verb, this is not possible.
この風呂は汚れはなくていつもいい匂いがする。
Oh, I see. I see. Fair enough.
この風呂は汚れなくていつもいい匂いがする。
Kind of funny. The mechanical sound of it is not quite. You start to wonder, like, well, what if it is there? What I mean is just the idea of putting it there with or without it. It's interesting to see what is considered quote unquote natural and unnatural despite being placed there. Like in English, you like saying this one bath, right? This one bath. You don't have to put one there. It's this bath. It's by default one, right? Like they're referring to possibly one, but with or without there makes it natural and unnatural. However, trying to think about the reasoning behind whether it's there or not, mechanically, it's like, I don't know, if it's there, it's not there, it's you know, 大丈夫です, right? But yeah, it's interesting. Granted, this is one less kana. Natte is very similar to naide, another structure that is regularly used with verbs. Okay. But may not be used with nouns or adjectives. Yeah, natte cannot be used with nouns or adjectives. It requires dewa. Right? Dewa nakute. Oh, no, wait. And kuna. Yeah, it needs to ku. And then the other one was naide. Okay. Gotta connect all of these eventually. Okay. So naide is far more common when expressing not doing something, while nakute tends to be used almost exclusively for expressing reason or cause. Intriguing. Tomusu ni wa mada present o agenai de ne. Didn't give you a present, Thomas. You didn't give Thomas a present, or his present. That's kind of inferred, his present. Yet, and naide, yeah, no particular reason. Just they didn't. Moratta. Moratta cookie o 弟にあげなくて、妹にあげた。Implies a specific reason for not giving. I see. Fair enough. I'll have to keep that in mind if I can remember. Naide. Oh, Naide is coming up. Actually, it hasn't been reviewed. And then what do we got here? Te and de. Right. That's the te form following, or the te conjunctive. So this is, instead of this is the positive as opposed to the negative contrast. So that would imply that, do I have an example? I don't. So you don't change it up at all. This te and de has to change up. Interesting. Alright. Not the reasons and cause, not and not so. Okay, now okay, plus a phrase would give you the thing. That's interesting that they're two separate Wait, hold up. They're two separate examples. Oh, because there's also the idea of sequence, and then this caution is for the use case in which there is reason and not reason, but it is still used as sequence. And now we have the reason and cause. In Japanese, nakute is a construction that combines nai in the conjugation form naku with the conjugation article te. This results in the same and meaning as the standard te form, but with the negative meaning nai. Right, that was the principal reason for the last card. Nakute is often used when the phrase that comes before it is being highlighted as an example or reason for a specific result. In this situation, translation is usually because not A, B happened. And how is this contrasting with ara and node? That's kind of interesting. Because I imagine because is going to be used. Yeah, here it is. And but. Intriguing.
あなたが来れなくて残念です。
Oh, zannen is one of my weak words. がこれなくて残念です。And because it was unfortunate. Oh, is the reason. I see. Okay.
今日は寒くはなくて暖かいから、今日はジャケットを着なくてもいいね。
Dang, they combined the kata. Okay, so 今日は寒くはなくて暖かいから。So because it is not cold but warm. Wow, yeah, I see it now. Okay. So you can even nest them. You can nest because kara to emphasize the cause, and you can embed nakute. Interesting. So nakute kind of seems like it is embedded in the phrase. It has a comparison sort of situation. It's interesting that you I'm thinking, like, for example, say instead of atatakai, you could 今日は寒くはなくて, but you need something else. That's the idea. But the other thing doesn't have to be contrasting, or like cause and effect relation. Despite this is reasons and cause, so interesting. Or in this case. 今日はジャケットと着てもいいで。I like what they did here. This is the reason why this is nakute is to combine it with moi. Hmm.
このスマホは便利ではなくて残念だ。
Right, because bendy is a non-adjective. That is gonna take a little bit of time to get used to, certainly. I wonder if there's gonna be a moment where the colloquialism just ends up dropping this wa at some point. Okay.
虫歯ではなくて安心した。
Mushiba's cavity, right? That's a noun. Right. Anshin. When nakte is used in this way, it is often followed by the speaker's feelings in the form of an adjective. I see. In the form, it's often. So we had the zanenda, right? Verbs in the potential form, right? Hanshin shita. Or something that's generally beyond the control of the speaker. It is due to this fact that the result is beyond control that the translation becomes because. Okay, yeah. I'm not entirely sure if because had become so notoriously colloquial in English that it is restricted to the idea of being beyond control. What I mean by that is when someone says, oh, I couldn't go to the concert because I played a video game, right? Or busy playing a video game. That's a choice. You chose to be busy playing a video game. A lot of times when someone is saying that, they're like, oh, because I rather play a video game, and that was a choice. But I understand where they're coming from the classical use of because, which is, oh, I couldn't go to the concert because I was busy playing a video game, which is still the same exact phrase, but you don't know which one it is anymore when people are using the word because. Which is what makes all of this really weird, because you can say because so many ways. I feel like because is the default of choice, not control, consequences, cause, and effect. Largely, in my opinion, because has become the de facto word. Like, why didn't you go to school? Because you choose to do it, or because it's out of your control. And then because why, right? Or because how? Because ends up being like your standard thing. It's very much like it depends. It depends has replaced so many things now. Whenever you don't have an answer, it depends. That could insist that it's complicated. It's not complicated, I just don't want to. It's hard to explain because I can't. It probably, I know what it depends on, but it will take too much time. Like, it depends, just replace that too. But because it depends, double negation as well. You kind of start to appreciate this, like when you're learning grammar, describing Japanese, right, or whatever your target language is, it is also making the assumption, there's a really large assumption that the person reading it also understands English grammar, like English stuff. And I often wonder, I really often wonder, what is the success, like if there's some significant correlation, obviously not causation, but correlation of people reading grammar texts, like things about grammar, about their target language, but they don't know their competence level in the native language that they're using. And in this case, it's English, right? So if I read this and I ask myself, I am someone who spends most of my time on the internet. I don't think the English even makes sense here. Like, what I mean is, the person has a very high chance of even confusing the English because they don't have English grammar skills. That's what that's what I was droning on about, or like having fun doing yesterday. We were talking about SAT prompt questions, and here I am, a large majority of like younger people are learning a target language in their high school and college days. But I'm reading these descriptions and I'm thinking, I'm not even sure if they have the English grammar for this. Like, if I ask someone, does because have a usage for control? By default, I understand what they mean, actually, because most of the time I use that in that mechanic. However, when I'm speaking, usually because is linked with something that has a choice. There's a choice involved. That's so interesting. Like, the translation becomes because. To me, that makes it more confusing. When it becomes because, it's often associated with choice now. Right? I did not sleep well yesterday. I chose not to sleep well yesterday. Not because I couldn't, or it happened because there was no choice. Because typically had been used with choice now. I wonder what replaced it though. I'm tired due to the lack of sleep. Like, I'm tired due to something, like caused by a lack of sleep, or I did not sleep. So I don't know what word would replace this if we were to segregate it again. Maybe it's just cause I did not sleep well, as opposed to because I was You do feel like you have to learn more English grammar when you're studying something not English? Yeah. Like, you know what I mean, right, Beth? People don't use because like it's not just outside their control anymore. So when someone says, oh, I like this game. I like this game because I play it a lot. It's like, well, you choose to play it a lot. So it's not out of your control. It's not out of your control that you played it a lot and therefore you like it, right? So in fact, it's saying that it's demo. So in Japanese, you would use like demo and kara to determine what it is. So if like a person learning Japanese say because in English, it can be demo, kara, and nakute here, depending on which because they're using. And that can create confusion, right? What I mean is, it makes Japanese, you have to question your English grammar to understand the Japanese, because here, because here, I don't have control over Japanese grammar. That's why I'm saying because here we have nakute as a point of reason and cause. Oh, which by the way, Beth, this is the stuff that gets confusing in Wagotabi in the beginning. Like the difference between reason and cause, or effect, cause and effect, like which one's which, right? And you have to know which one is which, or you want to know that, because then you can differentiate between nakute, when you use nakute, kara, and demo, or when you're listening to a Japanese person say demo, kara, you know, like so-and-so kara, so-and-so demo, so-and-so nakute, because you have to know, are they talking about the reason or the cause and what they're explaining, you know? Also, hello, you wanted to let get through these reviews, so I've been lurking. Oh, okay, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. This part, I talk about this part in order to remember it better. So when I'm learning something, I talk through this stuff. Because otherwise, I wouldn't... It would be very hard to remember. Yeah, so this is so interesting. It made me realize how generic... Like, this would be what I mean by... whenever a person learning Japanese say that Japanese is very context-based, right? It's very context-based, as in the word you're going to choose to use, like nakte kara demo, is based on the context you're going to express, right? That's usually when people say, oh yeah, Japanese is more of a context-based language than English. That is true. Now the thing is, I would argue now that English is context-based to understand. Not to use, to understand. The word because no longer contains its self-restricted meaning because it doesn't have that resolution anymore. So whenever someone's learning English, like, what word do you use? Because. Okay, what word do you use here? Because. Like, what word do you use there? Because. But how do you know the difference? It's context-based. That's so. I think here, this dialogue about like Japanese being more context-based, I totally get it. Japanese being more context-based, as in you have to speak natural Japanese because you need to know the context in order to use specific words. In English, in order to understand English, you have to understand the context. There's no like mechanics to differentiate them. Like when someone says, oh yeah, that's really bad. And then, you know, maybe a Japanese person learning English is like, oh, sumimasen. No. I mean, like, it's bad as in, like, it's not a bad thing. It just simply is like, ooh, that's rough. I'm like, nan desu ka? Bad? Right? Like, that's kind of what I mean by, English. I almost feel like this is refreshing. Like, this reminds me, the thing that makes me want to learn English grammar again when reading Japanese grammar is that, to me, a lot of this stuff that people say, oh, I don't have to worry about that in English, you do. The thing is, you're speaking colloquial English. You're not speaking textbook English. Like, you're not stiff and you're talking, you know, in the very proper things. So, like, it's not like when someone says because, they're thinking, oh, wait, I don't think because is the word I'm looking for. I think I'm thinking of something else, right? Or whenever someone mentions things like, oh, I get this, I get that. I'm like, get is not the word you want there. You want to use some other word. But in English, when you're speaking English to learn the grammar of another language, you're not using the grammar that is already there in English. You no longer use that anymore. So I often, here I'm ranting slightly today, here, because I wonder how much does that impact people's aha moments. I can't stop thinking about this. Like, every time I learn a Japanese thing, I'm thinking, wow, speaking in English doesn't use these grammar points anymore. Like, because literally has this grammar point. Like, what they say is this is a grammar point in English. Like, that because has consequences. It's a consequential thing. You're not choosing, you're explaining the cause of something, the reason for it. It's so weird. Dipping back into WaniKani, these reviews aren't going amazing. Almost want to restart, but not that bad yet. 61% accuracy after 16 review questions. Keep at it. Keep at it. I would love to see how if you what are you doing right now? You just simply going through it and see if it goes up naturally, or do you have some sort of routine that you might have developed from like playing Wakotabi or something recently to like the next time it comes back around it'll be better? Like, do you have like a routine whenever you get something wrong, or like you get stuck on something that might have come from using Wakotabi before? I love hearing how people troubleshoot their things. And what I mean by that is it really doesn't matter if you simply say, oh, well, I just do the same thing over and over again. It's like that's interesting to me, because I often wonder how frequently the idea is, oh yeah, you know, just see the thing again and again and again and hope that it sticks. That is the first thing I do here. The most common thing is, what is the first way to learn something? If it's foundational, it's probably going to be see it as many times as possible and hope it sticks, because then you build on that foundation, right? So in this case, I'm asking, my secret agenda of asking you is there a foundation that you already built that you're going into it? So like an error correction foundation or something. It's very rare that after a month of using something like Bunpro that I don't modify it, because my foundation is bigger than Bunpro. So in the first month, I try to do as is, like the way they go about it, full-heartedly. And then I immediately start adding all the other years of experience that I have right back. Like right now, I'm no longer reading these like, oh, I'm just gonna take this for face value. Like, you know, I'm reading these notes and I'm like, you could just read it and try to memorize it. Like you literally could sit here and say, oh, okay, because it's like beyond control. I get it. And then you try to remember that. But I don't remember it really well. Like that's memorizing. You're trying to memorize what they're saying. But if you can understand where they're coming from, me personally, it's far easier to remember. It's what I was digressing about yesterday with Mika, trying to demonstrate that the reason why I remember that example question and she might have forgotten all the details is because I'm doing this. I'm relating it to something I already know. Just really trying to refresh your memory, okay? And you looked at the correct answer to see what it was, and then read over example words they provide, maybe? I see. Fair enough. Is that what you do in Wakotabi? When you're like trying to pass something? Anyways, let's go here.
昨日はよく寝れなくて疲れている。
疲れて。
Yeah, so it's explaining. It almost feels like it's emphasizing, connecting to the second. Okay.
明日は仕事がなくて嬉しい。
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so most of it is explaining the consequence, or like what the effect is of the pause. So I'm happy. For what reason? I don't have work tomorrow. And I don't have work tomorrow is something that is beyond control. I did not sleep well was insisting that a little bit that it's beyond control, so I'm tired now. Or I'm tired for the reason that, okay, let's see. Some example words that express things beyond the control of speaker are be troubled. Yeah, komaru. Komaru. Okay. Right. Ureshii. Okay, so there are specific words that do have control, like insist on no control. To feel wary. Skarete. Oh yeah, that's right. Skarete iru. That is one of the skarete iru. Skarete can also be like worn down and whatnot. Shinpai. Okay, shinpai. Makes sense. Oh no, not shinpai. Oh no, yeah, that's shinpai. And then anshin. Anshin. All right. Well, you feel that just really okay. Well, you feel that's a little different because you're slightly more familiar with what they're doing. Kanji reading you haven't done for a long time, and you know those are in Wakotabi too, but you haven't studied them there. You haven't studied the kanji in Wakotabi. What do they use? They certainly use kana as an input for the recognition of kanji. I guess you're referring to the characters themselves, right? As opposed to vocabulary. You don't see the vocabulary as combinations of characters. Oh, or the testing of the kanji read. Kanji readings. Oh, okay. Sorry. I had to read that. Kanji readings. As in not the reading of the kanji, but the like the sound, the kana of the kanji. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Wakotabi does not test that output. You're not responsible for that. That's one of the Duolingo situations. One of the things that Duolingo lacks, but it's not a bad or good thing. It's not part of the design. Wakotabi uses the similar thing, and that is the click and drag. The drag, right? The selection. You're doing selection for, so it's like a completion. You're doing puzzle completion. You're looking at relationships. That's what Duolingo and WaniKani, Wakotabi specifically does. They look at relations. So you have like a choice, right? A selection of choices, and you look at the relationship between them. So you're not responsible. You know, I agree. In that way, it is different. For sure. You can also do this in Bunpro, I think. Yeah, you can do this in Bunpro. Bunpro actually has all four, at least the four common ones. Fill in the blank, but that requires an output, a raw output, which actually Duolingo does offer as a chance. So Duolingo does allow you to fill in input. So Duolingo does have that input. You can turn it on, and you have to produce it with keyboard. In fact, Duolingo can impose the entire sentence. So you would have to type the entire sentence. That's something that people wanted in Wakotabi. So it's a feature that the Wakotabi team have to consider. Having to input the entire sentence. Which Duolingo you can turn on and off if you want to put in. So the default is, that's what makes Duolingo and Wakotabi the same. Or similar. And then there's flashcards, obviously. WaniKani is flashcards. So the focus is to have the target and then output just specifically the minimal amount to get the target. Bunpro also has click and drag. So Bunpro also has this type of input. And then, did they have anything else? I'm not sure if they have matching. There's a chance they have matching. Duolingo uses matching as well. So both, this is the by the way, the most common criticism for Wakotabi as well as Duolingo is the gamification part. And this is not actually, in my opinion, what gamification is. I think they were talking about gamification because the people think gamification deals with puzzle design. So Wakotabi and Duolingo uses a classical gaming mechanic that deals with puzzle games, where you are given possibilities and you have to arrange them into the proper sequence. And that is often considered as a form of a game because lots of puzzle game mechanics uses this process. The thing is, that's one type of game. Like, if you decided to type in the game, like if you had to type and input the thing, that's a different type of game as well. It's a mechanic. It's not a gamification, in my opinion. Gamification deals, in my opinion... Well, actually, I lie. If it's a puzzle game, and puzzles are games, right? Puzzle game, it's gamification. But other things are gamification too. Is when people criticize a specific mechanic as solely the reason why it sucks, like gamification, for example. Whenever someone says, oh, Duolingo and Wakotabi is gamification because you click and drag and rearrange things. This is a mechanic for learning. Like, what I mean is you still do this when you're not playing a game. If you don't do this, then you don't have that skill. What is this skill? It's ironic, but this is a grammatical skill. Sequences, the relationship between words and their sequences of occurrence is part of grammatical structure. Like, in my opinion, the reason why Duolingo and Wakotabi, when it comes to gamification, why this feels very intuitive, right? In my opinion, this is an ongoing, my ongoing idea. The reason why this feels very approachable is when you're an adult, when you get later in your stage, you're more used to looking at the relationship between things, not producing things by construction. So like, you already know a lot of information, so you want to arrange them to fit something, not come up with something on the spot. So when you're learning how to input and match, again, flashcards is a form of matching. It's a combination of slightly inputs, like a combination of input and then matching. You're matching things. So you have no context of arrangement. You're not creating like association between them. If you see a bunch of answers and they're down there, you can use your logical reasoning to arrange them into the correct answer, right? That's like looking at a picture and making sense of the picture. Well, all the information, like the information is on the picture, so you can make a story out of it, right? And that also means that if you're doing something that you know how to do and you're reliant on the information that's already there, it can be easier, but it also means that you're providing less information. So you're practicing less about the information. The kanji is still there, right? In Wakotabi, no, to get back to your original point, the kanji is still there, but you have no incentive. You have no incentive to like see the component of the kanji there. You have the incentive of knowing the relationship of the words, which is what Duolingo does too. And a lot of times, both of these things, any form of gamification, criticizes the lack of understanding the units that make up the language, which is fair. The thing is, you're not practicing that. It's a different skill. So when someone says this thing sucks because it doesn't do it, that's like saying it sucks that an apple isn't an orange. That's my big gripe about criticisms. A lot of times, like when I read other people's critiques, their major argument for product sucking is that it isn't something else. Like, dang, this product would have been great if it wasn't Duolingo while reviewing Duolingo. Man, this Wakotabi sucks that it uses puzzle mechanics to create things. Why can't it just not be a puzzle game? It's like, but Wakotabi is designed to be a puzzle game. Like you're looking at relationships, you know, when you enter the numbers, when you're looking at like the environment, you're collecting an item, and then you're you're associating different contextual things together. It's creating logic. So you're not necessarily concerned about the other parts of the language. At least that's what I come to rationalize. So yes, you still have to do something other than Wakotabi to get the other skills for sure. And you know there are yeah, those are in Wakotabi too, but you haven't studied them. The reading specifically, yeah. And yeah, and also definitely haven't looked at radicals in ages. That's understandable. They do have the readings in the kanji text if you look through it, yeah. But you have no like incentive, you know what I mean? Because Wakotabi's main incentive is you're looking at the contextual relationship between them. So when I asked earlier, have you co-opt anything from Wakotabi, right, to augment WaniKani? And obviously I'm not trying to like say this will dramatically change your effect or something, but sometimes it can be like extra exciting and fun, right? I imagine you had this feeling before where when you learn something and suddenly you see it in a different context, like, oh wait, I know what that is. I learned it in a different place, but now it's here. That's what I was hoping, like maybe you had some interesting ideas coming from playing Wakotabi and then revisiting WaniKani. But obviously no hurry, but generally speaking, it can be very helpful if you try to combine your experiences. That's I sound like a broken record most of the time about this. It's called a memory association. So like when I'm learning these things, it's not like I stop thinking about WaniKani or Duolingo. Like the stuff I learn in Duolingo and WaniKani is wielded when I'm using Bunpro. Wakotabi is a little bit harder because I don't use it like regularly, and if I were to, I would try to find ways to remind myself, oh, you know what, this kind of reminds me of that time in Wakotabi. Not every moment's going to elicit something. The idea is when you continuously do this, a lot of things become a bit more effortless. Like it's easier to remember one thing that's connected to 4 different things that you've done, so that any one of those 4 things will make you remember the thing. So when you're reviewing, right, when you're saying you're trying to jot your memory or refresh your memory, I'm kind of curious what type of memories you are triggering. Something that I would be very curious about as you continue to visit or revisit your WaniKani stuff. I think if Wakotabi is to be successful, in my opinion, and WaniKani is to be successful for a person, is that those separate things should also encourage you to combine them, as in they should be complementary to each other. They should overlap a bit, supplementary, so that it makes it like your ideas and stuff are being connected in your head. You're figuring out the relationship between them. Otherwise it can be very disjointed. Like, why am I studying WaniKani when it's just harder to do it here than others? At least in my opinion. You will say you had the experience of the opposite. Your time in WaniKani influences your Renshu or Wakotabi experience. Okay, so it's still like fresh that WaniKani has went the other way. Since I was thinking maybe it goes the other way around after spending so much time away from WaniKani. Kind of this way, like A got you to B, and possibly even got you to see. So this is Renchu and Wakotabi. But when you revisit something, it can go the other direction, right? Something about this is very tough. Going in the opposite direction. I think when it comes to the people I speak to, they often think of all of their learning and their practice in one direction. So like English is used for the means to learn Japanese, and then Japanese is a means to do Japanese only things. And then when you have to go backwards, that's when like what? Which the demonstration here is when I'm reading a grammar note on Japanese, I'm also testing and understanding what is the Japanese grammar teaching me about my understanding of English grammar. Which coincidentally is what I've been talking to Mika about, because she's in the process of preparing for her SATs, and SATs require that you understand English grammar. Very interesting. My answer to the opposite thing, right? If it's the opposite, I often say like it's very important to understand that you can go both. You can do both. You can go forward and backwards. And if you can encourage yourself to do that, eventually it doesn't matter where you start. Easy street. I'm kidding. It's obviously not like a global hack, but the idea is one day you're gonna be using Japanese, so it would be irrelevant. At least the nice feeling that you should get is it will be irrelevant whether you use WaniKani or Wakotabi, going back and forth. Not yet, but you've only just dipped your toes back in for a bit. Okay. You definitely have a lot of influence that remind you of different things. That's great. I think trying to hold on to those things, that's my personal goat. So if something is goated, when you read something, the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest satisfaction to know that you have learned something in like all your previous days is that when you revisit something, right? If you revisit something like this, it's no longer the same. If you're reviewing something and you're like, oh, this feels exactly like the first time I used WaniKani, then that to me is a red flag. Like that's a little worrisome. When someone says, oh, I'm doing it all over again because I basically forgot everything. If you truly forgot everything, when you go back, you'll feel like it's the first time. Like it's the first time you're learning this again. And that is, in my opinion, that's a really sucky feeling, right? Like you don't want to, like, in my opinion, the vast majority of people do not want to feel like that when they're trying to actively learn something. So when you go back, like, oh yeah, you know, I swear I've seen this the last year I've been working. At least you have that, you know? You're trying to get further in, trying to capture the memories and the value of your time. I rant about these things in order to keep them close to me. So whenever I'm reading and I like randomly look up in the ceiling, I'm like looking at my invisible chessboard upside down. I don't know if you've ever watched Queen's Gambit, but oftentimes when people talk about high functioning people, right, it's the thing that I notice. I usually don't point this out because it's hard to unsee, but if you ever watch a, like say a YouTuber, a content creator, a streamer who like is engaged in high functioning activity, whenever they have to think, you'll probably see them like have a tick. And my tick is the very stereotypical one where I would like stare off to the left or to the sky or to the ceiling. I would focus on something and I would like collect my thoughts, you know, that little, oh, the thinking man situation. But it's more like thinking and then like darting your eyes off to the screen. Legitimately, there are a couple people who notice like, why do you keep looking to the left side of the screen? And I'm like, well, there's nothing in the left side of the screen. I'm simply looking off into the distance. to remind myself of all the things, the different things that are colliding in the unit. And it is blurry at first. I think this technique, quote unquote, technique, I don't want to make it sound like there's some sort of order of operations. The idea is when you're learning something, bring your A game. This sounds like a pep talk, but you can always make it less and less hazy, and it becomes more habit forming over time. Well, there is some familiarity, at least. You don't forget everything, just some things. That's how you keep yourself motivated, in my opinion. You gotta keep reminding yourself of these things, and it becomes easier, in my opinion. What I mean is it becomes more efficient. One day you're gonna look at one word, right? And you're gonna think of like 10 things. Then it's gonna be 11. Then it's gonna be 13. I know there's an upper limit to this. The idea is when you keep on reinforcing, you're doing more than one thing at a time. So when you're not using Wakotabi, you can still be using Wakotabi, what you learn in Wakotabi. When you're not using WaniKani and you're using Renshu, you can still be using WaniKani, right? The idea is things become less and less hazy the more and more you wield your information. So, and it's very exhausting at first, so you have to like lean into it. You do it for a month, then you take a break because the learning is exhausting, then you come back, and then eventually it's just automatic. So when someone shows me like one prompt, I'm having like 14 different thoughts, and sometimes originally it was very overwhelming. Now, some people argue not everyone's wired the same, right? James made the argument of neurotypical and atypical people. Like, there are people who are far more high functioning, or maybe statistically more functioning, or less focused and whatnot. The thing is, I'm talking about relative to you. If you practice stacking information and associating information, you will improve on that. Whether it's higher or lower than someone else who's wired differently, that's a different story. So to me, I think there's a quintessential urge, which James said, that most people want to advance their knowledge. They want to feel like they're not treading in place. So they're not like learning something and then forgetting it at the same rate. And I've been trying to, this is the major complaint. The singular major complaint, I would say top 3 at least, from people learning another language is the unrewarding and crippling feeling that they spend like a year learning something and it almost feels like they're forgetting something as quickly as they are learning something. So whenever they visit something old, it's like, I know this. I'm supposed to know this. I went over this like 2 years straight and I still can't get this. That's rough. So keep your memories close to heart, at least in my opinion. It keeps the worries and anxiety a little bit at bay. Naide. We finally got to Naide. Alright. So this says without doing. Okay. I kind of see what's quintessential. Quintessential is essential, or essentially, or the essence, or the a very good example of, or the essential of that. So like quintessential is an accentuated essential. Honestly, I'm not even sure why quintessential is a word. Like, as opposed to just say it's essential. Basically, it's the... What is another way to say the perfect example? Epiphany? No, it's not epiphany. I'm thinking of a word that starts with E that's kind of like quintessential, I think. But yeah, quintessential is a great word. It's more than essential. It's the perfect example. So oftentimes essential means that is how did I say this? So there's sufficient, right? And then there's necessary. And then there's essential. And then there's quintessential. They're like different levels of idealism. So sufficient is like good enough. Necessary is like must. Essential is still like good enough, but maybe not necessarily as strong as necessary. And quintessential is perfect. It's like a perfect example. It encapsulates what you want in something. What is epiphany? Aha. Or oh. Right. That's an epiphany. Eureka. I haven't heard anyone say Eureka in so long. Yeah, it's a fancy, unique, essential. Yeah. Your brain is a sieve. You're amazed. You remember what you do. Your brain is a sieve. Fair enough. Here's my euphemism. If your brain is a sieve, at least you know what you want to know. You know, when you're sieving, at least you know what you want to know. Oh, here, we'll take the analogy a little further. You know, sieves have pore sizes, you know? Beth, you can always work on shrinking the pore sizes. And there will be less things that get sieved through. Right? It's like practicing your network. Oh, this is a great example. You can think of neurons, right, in the brain. You can think of neurons like a network. And when I'm asking you to make memory associations, you're basically increasing the netting, the overlapping thing. That creates a finer sieve. Or not a finer sieve. That creates a coarser sieve. You see what I mean? So the stronger your netting, the stronger you overlap and net, right? The more you capture. You could make it an argument for that. So when you're passing information in, more retains from the sieve analogy. If we're using the sieve analogy, you make your sieve less selective by creating more connections. So there are more surface area to capture more things. I'm bending your analogy and your depiction to suit my fancy. What's Eureka? Eureka is aha. So when you have a Eureka moment, it's like, oh, I get it now. It's a click. Click is a Eureka. And then euphemism. Euphemism is like a safe way to say something. A better, like a nicer way to say things. So a nicer way to say you don't suck is that's pretty good. Or like, man, that's not ideal. Huh, it's good enough. Good enough is the euphemism for not perfect. For example, one could make an argument for that. A euphemism is a far more positive way to say effectively the same thing. What's coarser? Coarser. Coarse is like rougher or thicker, or so like your hair, right? If you have fine hair, it would look like this. But if you have coarse hair, it would be like this. It's coarser, so there's more space. So a sieve has netting. But technically, if you increase the netting, the sieve itself has more surface area. So then it would be capturing more things. So less things would fall through. Sort of. That's not necessarily how sieve works, but it's good enough. Anyways. Cool take. Cool take. A sieve. My brain is like a sieve. Usually I hear smooth brain. Smooth brain. When people talk about like their ability to like create knowledge or wisdom, like I have smooth brain. I am a boomer, so I would say something like I'm as sharp as a marble. This is what I would use a lot of time. Like dang, sometimes I feel as sharp as a marble. Because like the brain and sharpness, I don't really know where that comes from. The idea of like using the word sharp as a way to say that you're smart, like you're quick or something like that. I get the whole edge thing. You hope you're not a smooth brain too much. Yeah. But for the record, I don't even know where that idea of smooth brain came from, like what people think of smooth brain, but no one's brain is smooth. Squishy maybe. You might have squishy brain, but oh, well, I kind of know where it came from, but I don't know where Gen Z people get it. So there was a time when people talked about the valleys of the brain, and there was at some point there was a correlation, right? There was a correlation that somehow the more ripples, like valleys in a brain, occurred in people who are more like higher functioning. So the question is, I'm not entirely sure how Gen Z started using this phrase, like being smooth brain. Like where did it come from? Because this like smooth brain, ripple brain thing, that's a very like, it's a very dated neurological discovery. Like what I mean is, it might not necessarily like it's a correlation. It might not necessarily even be true. Like, but somehow it became a common speech pattern for saying you're kind of obtuse or dull, right? Or you're stupid, right? Or slow. I don't know where it came from. The first time I heard smooth brain was from a Gen Z that I know. Like he speaks very frequently with terms that are more current, so I pick up most of these things from him, like smooth brain, potato, slaps, hit different, low key but high key but low key, a hot minute. Like I pick most of these from him, and obviously I use these terms in very specifically choice manners. I don't necessarily just throw them out on a daily basis. You're not a boomer. I know people like to say that, but boomers are people who could be your parents, probably yours. How old do you think my parents are? Yeah, I guess. How old are your parents? My parents are in their 60s, as expected. For the record, when when you say I'm not a boomer, you know, people like to say that, but I am a boomer. The people I talk to, I can be their parents. That's the fallacy here. A little bit logical fallacy, Beth. Like most of the people that I talk to, I can be their parents. I'm over 22 years older than the average person that I interact with now. So like whenever I'm like saying, oh, you know, this could sound a little bit boomery, it's like, yeah, based on your characterization, I can be their parents. Oh, your parents are elderly? Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That I only started saying the boomer thing. Me and you, we have the same classification, by the way. Like, I only refer to myself as a boomer when I have the capacity to be someone like the people that I interact with, parents. So nowadays, I've finally become old enough where the average people that I interact with, yeah, I can be their parents. Like, I'm legitimately their parents' age. Plus or minus like 2 or 3 years. It's kind of weird. Where did all that time go? You're going by the date calendar, how they were defined originally, what we started passing these labels out. Oh, I go by we're combining two things. So boomer, there are two uses of boomer, right? Here comes the English, right? The colloquial use for boomer online is relative. When I'm talking about like population statistics, so if I'm talking about pop statistics, then boomer would be before Gen X in time frame. So we're talking about like time periods. But it's not common to use, like you said, but it's not uncommon to use, like you said. Yeah. So when we're really in the deep, right, when we're talking about like generational words, so the generational use of the word boomer, then I would call myself a millennial. You'll hear me say millennial because I'm a millennial, American millennial. So yeah, I do refer to myself as a millennial most of the time when someone is talking about generational things. The contextual use of the word boomer here is I'm using an idiom from a boomer period. So sharp as a marble is an idiom from this time period. So I'm not the boomer. The thing I'm saying is coming from a boomer. Lots of meta layer of use. But being sharp as a marble is something a millennial did not come up with. At least in the United States. Like, millennials don't go around saying, oh yeah, you're sharp as a marble. Or like, I ain't no spring chicken. The last time I heard a millennial use, we ain't spring chicken, I don't know where that comes from. Where did I get these phrases? So, sharp as a marble came from, I think, a comedian. My first time Sorry, late night grammar brain for sure. Yeah, no worries. No, this is fun because actually, Beth, are you like, how much do you like about old like American English? I really like old times. Like, I enjoy talking about old times, like Americana times. So sharp as a marble is, I think where I learned it was Cheers, the show Cheers, which I think that was boomer period. It might be a little bit after boomer period, actually. I'm not sure. And spring chicken is whenever like you watch the 80s film where there's an old guy in it, an old guy from an 80s film. They would say spring chicken. And I use spring chicken a lot. Like, listen here, you whippersnappers. I use whippersnapper as well. However, if I wanted to be a little bit more current, I would use potato. Although I prefer the word goober. Although goober is being used as a millennial term. Not to be confused with goober, on as a boomer term. A goober as a boomer term is derogatory. Possibly derogatory, but goober here is more like, oh, here's a good one, nerd. So I'm a millennial nerd versus a boomer nerd. A boomer nerd is yikes. That's a problem. I don't even know. Revenge of the Nerds. I'm not even sure that's boomer. I think that's Gen X. The movie Revenge of the Nerds. So millennial nerds are hip. I'm kidding. But I guess boomer, I'm not sure, hipsters. So I use the word hipster. Spring chicken is definitely an old as an elderly face. Yeah, I use the word hip a lot for hipster. But I'm using, here's another good one for hipster, but I'm using the millennial hipster. Not the hipster from, what is it, the 60s? Was it 60s? Not that type of hipster. You know, like MJ hipster. So English, man, it's crazy. When someone hears me say hip, Gen Zers, since they see me as a boomer, right? As a boomer. This is such an interesting thing. Gen Z sees me as a boomer when I say hip and hipster because they're thinking about the 60s depiction of hipster. You know, the MJ crew. And I'm not talking about Michael Jackson here. But to be a hipster as a millennial is like your barista. You know, like being very snobby about your like coffee, hipster. Or like too concerned and too enamored with the particular type of fauna you have on your lawn, hipster. So that's what I use when I think of hipster. So what is Gen Z hipsters these days? Like when I call a Gen Z a hipster, what do I mean? I'm talking about that Gen Z that is complaining about a 1 frame difference in their FPS when they spent $400 on a GPU. And then making a big deal about how you can gain 2 extra frames 10% of the time if you spent another $100 on a GPU. That's a hipster. It's like going to your you were worried for a sec, not gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out which MJ. Wait, what era does Michael Jackson line up with? Michael Jackson lines up with the 60s, right? Yeah. Oh no, Michael Jackson was born. Michael Jackson was still a wee young lad. I guess he was in the Jackson 5 during the 60s. So it's true. It is still MJ. MJ is still in the 60s. I don't know about the or I'm talking about hippies, obviously. What was the hippie era? Yeah, 1960s to 1970s. Yeah, sorry. I just realized that both the hippie era is they're 1960s to 1970s, and MJ was born in 58, so he would have been in the Jackson 5 during this era, or somewhere close to this era, maybe a little after. So yeah, I agree with you. Like, you were worried. Yeah, I'm talking about, you know, the other MJ, also not Spider-Man's, not one of Spider-Man. Like, we're also not talking about Spider-Man, not that MJ either. Actually, I'm kind of curious now. Spider-Man time period, MJ. Okay, it's set in the 1990s, so that's perfectly fine. Spider-Man is set in the 1990s, I think. Wasn't it the 70s who he was a kid, then at least in 70? I think. I don't know the precise time. it's probably somewhere in the 70s. He was, I forgot how old he was. Like, was he a teenager already, or was he like one of the younger ones? I really can't tell the Jackson 5s like what age they are, because they went from like less than, it was like a 10-year-old or something. Which MJ though? I know, but just or Michael Jack. Oh wait, are you asking me like which MJ am I referring to? Mary Jane? No, hold on. Mary Jane? A euphemism? I'm playing on so much, so many time periods right now. We're talking about Mary Jane. We're talking about cannabis. Is that what you mean? Not Michael Jordan. Not Michael Jordan. Wait, hold up. When was Michael Jordan? Oh my gosh. Oh, he was born in 1960s. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know. Oh no. So MJ is 5 years older than, yeah, like hippie slang. We're talking about Mary Jane here. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally didn't think that I thought you already understood. I thought you already understood what I mean by MJ. Yeah, the hippie era. Yeah, the hippie era MJ. Yeah. But the good news is now we know that both MJs was in the 70s or 60s to 70s. They were young lads when they were 60s to 70s. Both MJs were during that time. Dang. And the hippie era is the 60s to the 70s. And, you know, MJ, cannabis. So the reason why I say this is when someone, like the younger crowd, when I say hipster, they, a lot of times, when it's coming from me or someone older, they think I'm referring to hippies. If you know what I mean. Because a lot of times the discussion of MJ is more in line with Gen Z. You know what that slang is, but you've never heard of it being abbreviated? Oh, MJ? Oh yeah, no. I was being discreet. I was trying to be discreet. I was deliberately being facetious though. Sorry, it was way too, we got way too layered. I was deliberately using an abbreviation to be like cheeky about it. Think about English in general, right? And then think about Japanese. Beth. How do Japanese people abbreviate things? And then think about how English people, like English speaking people abbreviate things. Imagine the nightmare it is to learn English now. If you know what I mean. You tried, but it flew over your head. No. I think it's funny because you cited a bunch of things that I had it flew over my head too. So it was really funny when you brought up Michael Jordan. I'm like, I didn't even consider Michael Jordan. Like I was even, when you said which MJ, right? When you said which MJ, I'm like, what? And then you said Michael Jordan, and I just realized, oh no, both MJs are in. Like, I thought you meant there's another Jackson. That's a question you're intrigued by, but don't know. No, yeah. Wait, about the abbreviation? Yeah, the abbreviation. Like, I don't know what it would be like to learn English again. And then you have kids like saying, yo, that slaps. And I'm like, okay. So, how do you use slaps in a sentence? Well, you start with grammar. All right, let's start with grammar. Slaps is a verb, a noun. It is also an interjection. It's like, okay. Like, I don't know what to say. How do Japanese people abbreviate? Oh, that thing. Oh, that's the thing. I don't know. I actually I have no idea how Japanese people abbreviate things. I know they truncate things. So I'm guessing that's the abbreviation. What's an interjection? You're just inserting yourself. You insert yourself, like you're interrupting, or something is interrupting something. You're sure it must be, but no idea. So there are examples of abbreviations, like what I mean by abbreviations, but I think they're more like contractions. Like for example, Chihanki. Chihanki for like vending machine. Chihanki. That type of abbreviation happens where like the word gets like jido hanbaiki, right? Jido hanbaiki is the vending machine. You know about WW, but that's it. Yeah. There's you might, I'm pretty sure Wakotabi already covered this, right? Because you already learned vending machine, because Wakotabi uses vending machines. So you probably saw Jito Hanbaiki. Sorry, I'm like using my mouse, so it's like horrendous, but it'll be close enough. So this is Jito Hanbaiki, but I don't know if Wakotabi used Ji Han Ki. So if you take these three characters, that also means vending machine. So Ji Han Ki, you abbreviated it by removing the two characters. So those things exist, which is kind of functionally similar to English. Now hear me out. There is a skit. I actually watched this skit on YouTube that is an inspiration for this story. When it comes to MJ, it's literally one of them. It's literally one of the abbreviations. So people in Japanese abbreviate or give like abbreviation to famous people, but it's arbitrary. Like, what do you think Michael Jackson is abbreviated to in Japanese? It's one of the skits, and they use it all the time. How do you think they abbreviate MJ? It's not the same as English, so that's probably a setup for you. You're probably gonna have to think outside the box. It's not MJ. And that was the YouTube clip. It was people asking like, oh, so how do you abbreviate this? How do you abbreviate that? And then it's arbitrary. So there is a form of in Japan, Michael Jackson is just Michael. Like that's their abbreviation. They dropped the Jackson. There's others, like the person's name just changes completely. Like it would be like Ru-chan or like someone named Sylvester or something. So I have no idea how to. So the combination is like, is that a nickname? Is that an abbreviation? And then there are ones that are legitimately abbreviations where like it aligns with English, where if you were saying like Robert or something, I actual examples, but like Robert, it could end up Rob. Right? And then remember that MJ, I don't know how linguists qualified this, but I think of MJ as an acronym. But acronyms are abbreviations. So like there are different ways to abbreviate longer words and names. And one of the ways is to use acronyms, which is to take the first letter of each thing and then put it together, right? That's how I define it. I know it might not be the way how linguists define it. But for myself, to abbreviate something is to take something longer and make it shorter. So I understand that MJ is an acronym because it takes the initials of the stuff. But Rob would be an abbreviation for Robert. And Japanese does do that. So that's the best example I have. I'm not sure how Japanese people use acronyms, like what acronyms are. So like, it's not like they take, I don't know, like densha, right? Densha for train, right? And then you can visualize it like this, densha, right? Densha, and then they just decide we're just gonna say de somehow and sha, which still ends up really close to densha. So I don't know. That type of thing, I'm not entirely sure. You're sure they taught you, but you probably look up vending machine. Okay, yeah, when you're you have to access the vending machine multiple times in Wakotabi. So I don't remember if they used Jidou Hanbaiki or Jihanki. They might have used both at the same time, like exchange back and forth, and it's already like it's inferred that you understand that Jihanki sounds a lot like Jidou Hanbaiki, and that's kind of how that works, right? There's also like hikoki. Hikoki. Oh no, not hikoki. Kuko. Kuko for airport. Airport, there are multiple words. However, some of the airport words sound like they were specifically just extra long, and then there's a shorter version. So kuko is the more common one, but there might be a formal use and literary use for them. But sometimes you can have like 3-part words become 1-part word or something like that. Or here's another one. So e-adjectives like umai. Umai, this is delicious. I'm using romaji, so it's a little bit easier to look because we haven't done kanji studies yet, right? Or like we were talking about earlier about WaniKani. So umai, but it can be uma, right? You can uma it. So umai is textbook oftentimes, and then they abbreviate it to uma, right? So that happens too. So word shortening, there are technical names for all these for whoever is very linguistically bound, but this happens too. Like you know, kinda, right? Kind of, kinda. Or like want to, wanna, right? So that kind of thing does exist. Oh, here's my favorite one. So arigatou gozaimasu, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. No, don't join Teen Romaji. Okay. So the one that is most common is s or thus. The more common gag is when you say arigatou gozaimasu, right? It's a very long thing. So after a while, people would abbreviate the saying, and it would be like, you know how it gets more casual, probably more and more casual. You can say arigatou gozaimasu, and then there's arigato, right? But there's also aras, sas, s. So what I mean is, what happens is there's this a really funny thing that happens in Japanese, and it occurs a lot. It's very hard to unhear. When you're in a rush, if you ever watch a live like tour or something, like people are visiting stores and they're in a very busy place, you'll hear the s, sus, us, sus, us, you know, aras, and that's a shortening as well. So that happens. So that's the closest thing I can think of. Where like for example, for English, it's like brother becomes bro, but then somehow it becomes bruh, and then it becomes brew. Like, it happens. You think you've heard of that one actually? Yeah, the sus. Occasionally, I talk to people and you hear the aras comes up a bit. Or oh, in Persona games, there was one scene in P5X that I'm pretty confident the one character, Ryuji, he's kind of like a very peppy, like high energy person, right? Ryuji said aras when he like entered the room, like one of his buds. So or sus to like just infer by context which sus he's talking about. That to me is what became of the English language online, in my opinion. That's one of the quintessential examples of English, what do you call it? James introduced semantic broadening. That's what happened. The semantic broadening is so dramatic that with an abbreviation, right? Like not only did the term get abbreviated, semantic broadening can increase its use, and then you're completely dependent on context. So when someone says, "Oh yeah, that's all right," and you're like, "I have no idea what you mean anymore." Like that word has lost its meaning. Like if you were to teach a Japanese person to use the word "all right," how would you explain it? It's kind of like a Japanese person explain to you what daijoubu means. Like, oh, okay, but in this case, daijoubu is like, it's kind of fine, but it's not okay. And then, what's semantic broadening? Semantic is technicality. So, or like, semantic is like terminology, so to speak. And then broadening is broadening, right? It gets wider. So semantic broadening means like the terminology becomes more general, generalizing terminology, which is effectively what I'm doing right now. I'm basically generalizing semantic broadening into the widening of terminology. All right. Let's get back. There are two primary ways in naide is used with verbs in Japanese. The first one is to express without doing A and therefore B, or like B. The second is to request that someone not do A. How's that different from na? Na. We will examine the first step in this right, okay? So, without doing something. Naide is a combination of the auxiliary verb nai and the particle de, right? De. Due to this, de keeps its standard meaning of with or by in relation to not doing something, right? So, sakana no yaka nai de tabeta kara o fuku no onaka o hurt. Oh, 壊した。
魚を焼かないで食べたからお腹を壊した。
So, grill fish without eating Grill fish without cooking it, or eat fish without cooking it. Ate fish without cooking it. My stomach hurts, or I got a stomach ache. Literally to break one stomach. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Kawashita, to break one stomach. I was thinking more of ita, like hurt, because then it would be. That's interesting.
アミはドアの鍵をかけないで寝るの？危ないよ。
アミは okay, door. Lock your door. Sleep without locking the door. Dangerous. Interesting. So wait, it comes right after a verb. And the verb is the verb stem? We got yaka and kake. Yeah, the verb. Oh no, yeah, the verb stem, but not the mas stem. Or is it? No. It's the. Wait, how does the kake? Oh, that's ichidan. Okay, so the nai form of the verb. Okay, I get that now. All right, that's fine. So the nai part is part of the verb, not part of the phrase. And then they probably set this up here somewhere. Yeah, okay. Oh, they mentioned the auxiliary verb nai. Oh, interesting. Okay, but then it ends up... Okay. That's kind of a weird way to look at it. When naide is used to express that A has not been done before doing B. Okay, this is usually contrary to some kind of expectation. Because of this, naide is often used to express something that may be surprising to the... A has not been done before doing. Okay. Instead, okay.
上司に伝えないで休んだの？
Right, so you took off before informing your boss, so without informing your boss, and it's more like surprising to the listener. Interesting. Huh. That's getting a little complicated. Be careful of the following two structures. Naide without doing A, naide B without doing A, B. And then yeah, they mentioned nakde B without doing A and B, but one is suggesting control. The other is talking about the expression of... Okay, I don't know. Technically, these two constructions share similar meaning. However, in modern Japanese, naide is used more frequently when the B action is being highlighted. Okay, so it's dealing with what's before and after as being done without A, right? Because it's surprising or unexpected or maybe something like that. On the other hand, nakute is used when A is being given as a reason, yeah, for why. So it's that's kind of funny because it's kind of like the relationship between node and kara. Kara is before and node is after. Now we got naide. Naide is emphasizing doing something without doing something else. So it's emphasizing the thing that you've done because you haven't done the other thing that comes before it in the order. And nakte is, oh, something happened, the thing that happened because you didn't do it. Okay, yeah, so event 2 happened without event 1. Event 2 happened because of event 1. Although this kind of, in the English order, kind of emphasizes event 2. It could be seen as emphasizing event 2. That's okay. Antonyms. Do I have this? Wait. Form? Oh, yeah, kudasai. Like, please do something. This would be the opposite. Like, please don't. Or without doing it. Sort of. That's interesting. And nasai. We haven't gotten to nasai yet. And they didn't talk about not. Oh, here it is. No, yeah, not. Do not or prohibit. That would be related. But how are these different? I really like this part of Bunpro. They actually draw the relationship for you. If you're unsure, the dictionary non-past form of the verb not expresses a blunt command not to do. Okay, similarly, naide attached to the negative stem. Attached to the negative stem of a verb is a more casual and gentle request. Okay, for example, suruna is a strong way of saying don't do it, while shinaide is a soft, more casual way. Okay, of saying please don't do it. All right, this is what I was looking for. I'm like, so how does that contrast or compare with not? So softer, shinaide. Like shinaide, you might even be able to write add kudasai to it, because shinaide kudasai, so you can combine. Oh, that's where shinaide kudasai comes from, I suppose, because this is, you take the opposite, you take the do not do and then you make it into a request, so that's where you get shinaide. Interesting. With kudasai, to soften it even further into a request. I know this says please don't do it, so I imagine it go suruna is like yo, and shinaide is like a little bit softer, and I'm guessing shinaide kudasai is more like polite speech, right? So we got our things, and then naide, oh yeah, here it is, naide. Please don't, the opposite. So yeah, te with the te form attached to kudasai for please do something, and then naide kudasai is please don't do something. Interesting. And then we're not going over the others because we haven't gotten to them. Anyways, I totally forgot what my things are. We had nakte as a reason or cause. And then how do we do this? We take the nai form, and then nouns and non-adjectives need dewa across the board. Very classic. And then we have naide hanging on its own for now. All right. What time is it? 1 a.m. All right. Wait, what? Oh wait, to not become. Oh, nada. Oh, nada, and then to not become, not like. Okay. I got you.
Naru. Naranakute.
Naranakute. I'm like, what happened? Nai is not naru. Naru is the verb in there. I got mixed up with like aru iru situation with naru. Very sick. 10秒。10秒。10秒。bullshit. Beef. Alright. So what? Oh, I guess you need like dewa nakute
10秒じゃなくてほっとした
or janakute. You can use janakute or dewa nakute. Okay. We needed the dewa or jana because that's a an adjective. Or a noun. Sorry, a noun. Not a noun. Either or. Yasumi. So what was that? We do like yasuma nakute? No. Yasumak nai de. Wait. Oh no, wait. Yasumi. No. Did we just take yasu? Yasa? Oh, yes. Yasan. I don't. Wait. Am I? I thought it was you take the nai, right? Did I not type Yasuma and then just add nai there?
休まないで仕事をする。
I don't know what I typed the first couple times. Okay. Alright, let's try to be brisk about this. Alright, what do we have? Shitsu plus what? Bai. That's like fail, right? So shitsu, so shipai. Bai. That's just failure, okay. We're gonna go back around again to read the stuff. We have to go through our WaniKani loop here. Got Tai, something about the Keitai? Oh, that's Keitai. Mobile phone and carry thing. Keitai. This one doesn't quite make sense because Ke is... Yeah, this one's just weird when it comes to the kanji study. I don't want to look at what we... That no, it's not. I'm gonna use wait. What is the left describing? What? What? Oh, it's portable. Okay. Handshake? That was recent too. Akushu. It's new, actually. Um. Mazui, right? Mazui. This is special. Mazui is special. Oof. Man, early words are really special. Yep. And to certainly save up. Tameru. Tameru. Oh, we just got this too. Shikamaeru. 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 Fair enough. Basho. Oh no. Basho. Basho. Basho instead of basho. Oh no, yeah. Basho. Just kidding. Oku? Ne? Yeah. Oku. Ooh, oku. This is the adverbial form of oi. Oku. Chotto. I didn't realize that it's do, not to. Huh. Oh no, this is chodo. Oh, okay, just kidding. A different word. This is a different word entirely. I misread it. Chodo. Yeah. Actually, we're probably gonna need some help for this because that's only kana, and I cannot remember only kana. Chodo. Wait, what is it? Oh, okay. Does look like chodo. Hang on. Oh, we have what? Street or just? Yeah, the exact. I'm gonna come back to this. I like the form inclusion so I can see at least the kanji. Gengo. Okay. Right. Musko. Niai. Niau. Niau. What is that? Compare plus suit? Or was it something else? Oh wait, it is resemble. Compare is without this. Solda. Solda just is that so? Oh yeah, that is so. Solda. Okay. Expressions. Devastating. Junbi. Yeah? Junbi. Okay. Junbi is okay. I'm going back through my mnemonics. Sugaku fine. Oh, shousetsu. Shousetsu. You know it's novel when you see shousetsu. But if you had to pull up what novel means, like if you're trying to say novel, I don't think it was shousetsu. Risu, which is absence, but it also is part of house sitting. This one's a little weird, but this is fine. We did get risu, a house caretaker. Usuban or something. Usu something ban. Usuka. Usu. I don't know. I'll come to it when we see it. Oh no, wait, we can't. This is Bunpro. Enko. Maybe it'll come to me. A word professor. Oh. A word processor. Okay. Is this like Wapuro? Wait. Who? Wait. Wapuro. Oh, okay. Well, this is an abbreviation. Wapuro. I mean, Wapuro sounds like it would be an abbreviation for word processor. Yeah, kankyo, environment. All right, let's go through these to reinforce. Okay, we got the Shitsubai, the results of an unsuccessful attempt or endeavor. I don't think this is too rough. We're good about that. Kietai, fine. The term is often used to describe object or devices that are designed to be able to carry or transport it easily. And then there's a separate spin for mobile phone, which is actually an abbreviation for, this is the type of abbreviation I'm talking about. So Keitai Denwa would be mobile phone, like a carried phone. But then it was shortened. Denwa was dropped. So Keitai short, or Keitai Denwa. A gesture of greeting or agreement where two people grasp each other's hands and shake. Yes. So akushu. That's okay. And then this is weird. Mazui is weird. It's kind of like what is it? Mazui complements the kanji of oishi to some extent, but oishi is kind of weird because it uses beautiful, but it's like kind of, and then mazui is everything else unfavorable, like every form of bad. Unpalatable, unsavory, unskilled, problematic, awkward, plain, troublesome, unfavorable, unwise. Okay, and then a verb for the action of setting aside money or items, right? This is cho. Onyumi cho, for save up. Okay, okay. Tsukamaeru. The action of apprehending or seizing something or someone, right? Because transitive, we see the eru. I might need to write something. Sure. Because the ending, there are multiple catches. And this is Tsukamaeru. But there is other catches with different ending. back to it. Not today. Basho is very classic. Specific location, spot where something is situated or occurred. Oku. Gotta remember that it's adverbial. An adverb indicating a large quantity or a number of something, right? I don't think. Okay, we're good. Chodo is gonna be a problem. Okay. I still remember this mnemonic though. For now. A system of communication using words and symbols for conveying meaning, often unique to a specific country. Indeed. Right. Left is gen, go. And go. Okay. I feel like this might end up being a 50-50. A male child is in relation to their parents. Musko is fine. And a verb that describes how well something complements or suits a person, yeah. And then the phrase used to agree with a statement, convey understanding, or recall something from memory. Solda. Solda, I feel like it's gonna have a grammar point at some point. Junbi. Junbi. The act of getting ready for a task or event by making necessary arrangements. Junbi. And Sugaku. Sugaku. The branch of science that deals with numbers, quantities, shapes, including arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and calculus. Mika's favorite subject. Shousetsu. Okay, a fictional narrative story, often in book form. Yeah. Shousetsu. Often a tough one. Rusu. Rusu refers to the state of being away from home or a particular place, often temporary. And then Rusu, house sitting, is in reference to being absent from home, but you need someone to house sit. Which is an interesting way of using it. Because your absence. Rusu. And we have Kenko, the state of being physically and mentally well. Feel free from illness or disease. Not your favorite? Listen, I'm talking about dramatic irony here. You gotta calm down. What pro? Software used for creating, editing, and formatting text documents. Okay. And then kankyo. The surrounding conditions and factors that influence and afflict living organisms. Affect. Honestly, I don't remember the con part of it. Alright, let's go. Nothing like the present. And it's gone. All I got is the pie. Yeah, all I got is the pie. Oh, lost.
失敗をする
Oh.
携帯で母親に電話をかける。
大好きな歌手に握手を求める
This is To? Oh, Moto. Yes, Moto. It's been a while since last asking, but any new sleep advice? What do you mean by any advice? Go to sleep. We did talk about sleep yesterday. Meditation.
「こんなにまずい食べ物を食べたことがありません」。
貯金箱にお金を貯める。
Sleeping is hard? Yeah, sleeping is hard. It wasn't for me yesterday, though, I can tell you that.
弟は虫取り網で虫を捕まえることが大好きだ。
頭が痛いので静かな場所に行きたい。
Majority.
小さい時のことの多くは記憶にありません。
ちょうど1年前に彼女と会いました。
新しい言語を学ぶ。
私の息子は今年で10歳になります。
Oh, that's kind of lovely. So that's... It's gone. All I got is,
その制服はあなたによく似合っていますね。
It wasn't for you either, but then you had to get up 5 hours later. It was worth it. うん。彼は来月、結婚する。Heard? そうだ。
彼は来月結婚するそうだ。
結婚するそうだ。今から、国内旅行の準備をします。
今から国内旅行の準備をします。
国内旅行の準備をします。高校で数学の勉強する。
高校で数学の勉強をする。あなたが好きな小説は何ですか？
あなたが好きな小説は何ですか？
It's unfortunate we didn't meet year back when you were able to be essentially nocturnal. I think that would have enabled you to have a flipped schedule. I mean, pragmatically speaking, it would have been convenient. At the same time, would you still be nocturnal then, though? After we have met, I'm not entirely sure. Hahaが息子に一人で gone。
母が息子に一人で留守を守ってくれる？
くれる Look after yourself or protect or sure, take care. 持ってくれる You mean beforehand you used to talk with others from US, usually went to sleep between 4 a.m. and 2 p.m.? Oh. A bit wild.
あなたの家族は全員健康ですか？
ワープロを使う。
What? Oh, it's not kids.
環境を守る
Okay. We gotta book it. Alright, we're gonna try to crunch out a little bit of this stuff. At least the grammar, right? We gotta crunch out the grammar. Ni natta kara kore ga kore kara 寒くなるよ Gradually. We're gonna say どんどん Oh no, just kidding. だんだん
友達が話している。秋になったからこれからだんだん寒くなるよね。
どんどん is rapid. Every Saturday used to go to sleep at around 2 a.m. until 5 a.m. but also sleep for a few hours after we do the weekly thing. Yeah. Africa にはね、には hard to go this. Good. Hard にくい so にくい Oh にくいね
アフリカには行きにくいです。
これは先生に Please take hold and go. Take and go? So 行く? So maybe like 持って行く? ね? 持って Oh, request. What? Is that not mote? Am I crazy? Oh man. Oh wait, you're taking it to the teacher, so it's probably mote uru. No? Take this. Is it like iku? Is it like doing? Just it's definitely iku, but I don't understand. I thought you take the te form. Oh, they wanted me to say kudasai. Okay. Which makes sense. Wait. Wait, how does that work? The heck? Hold up. Oh, I see where the request is.
これを先生に持って行ってください。
Ite is the command. I don't know what this. What? When? Okay. How would I know? I guess you just know. You have to convert because it's a request. And that's the TIFF form. Why do you have my current sleep schedule? Because it's late. Because of the last couple weeks. Or the last couple days. Because of yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. Or do you mean the sleep schedule before the sleep schedule? It's a bridge between the 3 time zones. The 3 major time zones. 6 hours before the like it's in the evening of Europe, and then I go to the evening of the US. If you're talking about like the actual sleep schedule. You know, when you say current, it doesn't really help that this week the current sleep schedule is not the same. Okay. これ
これらを捨ててください。
捨て right. 捨てて saying 捨てて Yeah, that's conjugated. おかしい how to make. Skuru and then Manabu. Is it mainly intended to let people from Europe watch as well, not for non-streams? No, not really. There's no point in it. I enjoy running in the afternoon, so actually running came after it. No. So happens to be that time. Sometimes it's a combination of a lot of things, but reset times for things are also in the afternoon. So it kind of lines up with the early routine. How to like way of making, probably like scooter. Do I just put kata? Heck. Oh no, wait, I need goodie? Kata. Oh yeah, I need oh no. What do I need in front when it's a noun? Ga? No? Wa? Oh? It's not there. Not in the act of doing it, so I guess wa. Or it could be almost all of them kind of make sense.
お菓子の作り方を学ぶ。
Okay. Hey, yeah, no. Kunaru. Okanega started to lose. As standard emphasis on effect. Since when is something emphasizing effect? From become. Huh. Probably kuru. So let's see. Naku na. Naku na de. Past tense. Standard. Or is it nawa? No. And then kudu. That's okay. Past tense of kudu in the polite? I mean, not in the polite, in the casual? Kita?
お金がなくなってきた。
What have I ended up spending the coin sort of thing on Bunpro? I haven't spent any. Haven't spent any yet. That's a good idea though. Definitely spruce it up in some. This is dake. Sorry, dake de. I think it's just dake de since there's already.
顔を見ただけで彼はいい人だと分かった。
Oh boy. 毎日運動しました。It's not だから。だけだがですか polite
毎日運動をしました。ですが、痩せていません。
出ていません。いやgradual or better and better emphatic extent. I mean that could still be done. ね？
どんどん日本語が上手になりたい。
いつ anytime いつでもね。いつでも家に来てください。来てください。来てください。来てください。I think it's that one.
いつでも家に来てください。
この魚は食べやすいです。
この魚は食べやすいです。
昨日学校
の学校を休んだから行く tough to go? Oh, 行く tough. The other one, 行く tough subjective, like 行きづらいね行きづらい Oh, that was a typo. Or my keyboard double actuated.
昨日学校を休んだから行きづらい。
行きづらい Alright, that was what, 4 days? 5 days of vocabulary? 5 days of grammar slammed into one. Or 4 days. We didn't do the grammar. Okay, we got them. That was kind of okay. Kind of. A bit of a mid. Bit of a mid. So we're gonna encounter the 100 or 80 vocabulary. We'll do the, I wonder if they give me the, oh no. All right, I'm a little terrified. Is there something similar we can use, including that the word? I don't know. I thought that. Is there something similar we can use here, including that word? That. Maybe. After that. その後 or something like that? Okay, fair enough. この空の色は紫と青に間です。
今日の空の色は紫と青の間です。
ここは静かな場所。It's not 場所。It's a different one. Oh, we could use 場所。Let's use a different word. And I don't have any idea what type of area we're talking about now. Quiet place. There are so many ways to describe a place. What am I gonna do? Maybe just Soto. Oops. Oh, not Soto. Ato. No. Koto. Show? Show? Alright, hold up. I'm thinking of a very specific one. But how is it represent when it's alone? I really thought it was Koto. Oh, no. Okoro.
ここは静かなところです。
あなたはプレゼントに何をもらったの？
Oh no. I told myself I would remember this. I really don't remember the third character. This is what I mean by abbreviations. Well, we know the first half because Rusu, right? Rusu something. Rusu something. I mean, I think it's Rusuban.
あなたは今までに留守番をしたことがありますか？
It's fine. We're okay. I don't remember because there wasn't a fourth character. Or like a
third one in between.
夜ご飯の準備中に野菜を洗っていたら虫が出てきた。
Rip.
会議に遅刻してしまって本当にすみません。
雨の日が、
雨の日が続いている。
いつ仕事が end or get off. Shortly だよ。
娘、いつ仕事が終わるの？父親。
終わる。
もうすぐだよ。
びっくり。びっくり。I keep typing the wrong thing.
滑ってびっくりする。
I kept typing kudu. I don't want to talk about it. 学校にOh, shogi. Oh, goodness gracious. That's a... Okay. Yeah. What? Maybe like, no, that can't be. I don't think it's like the Kiru or something. No, it's not that. What? Take along? What is to take along? Oh. We not hold. Not using Motsu. Definitely not Motsu. Oh no, wait, we might be using Motsu. Motteku. There. Eh.
学校に定規を持っていくべきだと思いますか？
べきだ。I have no べきだ。Ought? Maybe a better question. How do you find the willingness to sleep? What makes you want to enough to actually even try? I'm tired. Good day's work. Good day's work is what's necessary for sleep. What time is it? 2 a.m. We're gonna have to stop at 3 a.m. regardless of how much we do. Something came up today, so I was like 3 hours or 4 hours off of when I was planning to start. I have to take care of something.
But even if you're tired, when you're tired, you can no longer decide if you can do a good day's work. There are two different types of tires, and they are non-negotiable. There is a tired from a good day's work, and there is tired for you squandered your day. So it's anywhere between there. So on a number line, 1 being your this is not a tired thing. You're already 10 for tired. So you're either 1 negative stress tired, and then you're positive stress tired. So the willingness is if you have an arbitrary threshold. My arbitrary threshold to have a good day's rest is probably around a 7. So if it drops below here, I will probably have some problems sleeping. Problems with sleeping. So I have to get it up here. Why is this important? Is because that means I'm always trying to perform at a 7 or plus. So I'm typically aiming for something above average than below average for myself. What is letters? I think it's multi.
パソコンで文字を打つことは私にとっては簡単ではない。
Oh, okay. So as a result of not thinking enough was done that day is the result of not being fulfilled for that day. So if I'm at a 0, if I'm at a 1, then I have a lot of thoughts. So regardless if I'm physically tired, these thoughts will interrupt my sleep. So 7 is where I find that whatever this is to get to a 10 is tolerable. And how do I alleviate this? I write it down. Or I do something about it. I make a note of it. But if you're here, if you're always here, like at a 2, all of this requires a lot of time. And that's how I determine where I have to aim. Because I have enough time to do this, even when I'm tired. So if you're around here all the time, then you have all of this to keep you awake. And this is your mental fatigue. Mental fatigue. Physical fatigue doesn't line up with mental fatigue a lot. So in order for me to get to my current sleep schedule, my life is very functional. If I cease to function well, then I would probably also lose sleep in the process. What came first? Getting good sleep to be more functional, or being more functional in sleep to get better sleep? Like whichever order, I don't know which one came first. You have to start somewhere. So either you improve your sleep schedule to become more functional, so then your sleep schedule improves, or like your sleep improves, or you become more functional in order to improve your sleep schedule. Like, right, whichever one is first. So
start working on it. I typically sleep better with positive stress. So while we're doing this number line, right, 1 to 10, as your fulfillment goes up, right, it also means that if this is the sign of negative, like stress, so this is stress. Actually, they're both one and the same. Actually, you don't have to draw a line. What's synonymous about this is this would be also negative stress, positive stress, and in the middle would be a balance between negative and positive. So if you have more negative stress, whichever one it is, then typically you would have some problem sleeping. And if you have more positive stress, then you're probably tolerable. It's not like the perfect sleep, because perfect sleep would be like in the worst sleep, right? No sleep, this would be like insomnia, which I would say that most people lie somewhere in here. Right, and then this would be like best night ever. And the reason why it's negative and positive is because when you do things, there's stress that takes a toll on you. And then there are stress that you can't get enough. So there's desirable stress and undesirable stress. And these things have categorizations. Like there's various correlations with them. I can't provide any specifics because it varies between people's specifics. On the one hand, takes a toll usually is unintended, unplanned, expense, sacrifice. These are the type of habits and behaviors that you would accommodate with negative stress. And then you can't get enough is desire, reward, surprisingly challenge, productive. I've got to use words like productive, which unproductive is stress. Now, there is something to say about counterproductive. Now, this is a little bit of a divisive point. Counterproductive. Counterproductive is not necessarily the same as unproductive. Unproductive means that there's no rhyme or reason for it to happen. You just don't want to explain it. But there is some way to create counterproductive things as being productive to the contrary. So that's what I mean by counterproductive. Something that's counterproductive is like you're fixing a bad habit. It can seem counterproductive, but if you're trying to fix a bad habit, it can create positive stress, not negative stress. Being unproductive, sacrificing time, always costing an expense, it's completely unplanned, unintended, uncontrolled. These are negative stress. So eventually when you balance the two, you get your scale, right? And my scale when I come out is generally positive. Now you could be this, which is where most people do it. What they do is they start the day off at a 2 and they go and find as many sources of positive stress that they can until they meet 5, and then hope that nothing else puts them under a 5. So this is, in my opinion, when someone has a poor sleep schedule. Is when you're working up, but you stop at just good enough. I work in this region. Basically, I start at the balance point, and I continue to push forwards this. So on a bad day, I might lose a little bit of sleep, but it's generally always on the positive side. So this is what I refer to as net positive. So during the day, I start at a balance. I don't start the day off poorly and expect that the day is going to pay off my deficiency. I think a lot of times this is the same as waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Which I don't know if it's a transferable UK or British, but wrong side of the bed, right? If you already wake up wrong side of the bed, then you have to work harder to get to norm, but don't stop there. You got to push past, because your life isn't just going to end. You don't settle for just balance. You keep going. So then the next day when you sleep, you're going to be at a deficit, because 7 means that I'm still going to be like around 5. If I can get better and better sleep, then when I get up, I will have a higher and higher standing point to start. So then when bad things happen, it doesn't just derail my sleep schedule. That's kind of the idea. So if you start off the day well, then bad things that happen during the day won't affect your sleep schedule. It is less likely to affect your sleep schedule. You can call it a buffer zone. So when I say I'm going from 1 to 10, I'm always aiming for 7 because I don't want to drop below a 5. So this creates a buffer zone between this. I aim to go higher than a 7. I don't want to drop below a 5. But it would take a very bad day and consistent days to affect my sleep schedule. Got out the wrong side of the bed in your experience? Or the other side of the bed in your experience? Got out? Okay. Yeah, for here is wake up on the wrong side of the bed. For me, wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Probably because I don't like the word God. God doesn't explain anything. But I get it. And that's probably what people... Got out... woke up, it's called woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but and then wake up, right? I'm saying wake up in the present tense, but got out. I wonder what the difference is for get up on the wrong side of the bed is Cambridge's dictionary one, so that's the idiom. Yeah, get out of bed on the wrong side. Yeah, so the UK it says on Cambridge that the idiom is to get up on the wrong side of the bed. There's a mix. You either wake up, get up, or get out. I'm not sure about other side. I think other side is usually not either. So it's any combination of wake up, get up. I don't see an out. Yeah, I don't see an out. But yeah, being on a foul mood, right? Foul mood. Wake up, get up. Right? Wake up, get up, woke up, got up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think there are less people who start the day out well. Then here's the thing. It's all connected, but a great sign is when you get up, right? Quote unquote, get up. Are you at a deficit already? Because in most cases, my experience is whenever someone says they have a poor sleep schedule, or like their quality is not, they're usually thinking of it as the end of the day. You're thinking about it at the end of the day. And my thought is, a great way to tell is when you get up, what are you doing to get to the end? Most of the time, people think that the day is gonna make them sleep better. So then work on that. That's where you work on it, right? What can you do to get to the better sleep and maintain it? So to me, a lot of times I think of it as what do you do to get to the end of the day, not the act of ending the day, which is a lot of times people focus on, oh, how do you improve your sleep? Like, I don't know, a cold room, that type of thing. And my suggestion is that I make sure the day was good. Like, if I have a good day, then I will likely have a better sleep. There is less. Now, you still can control, like, you can still contribute to good sleep, right? However, you have more control over what happens during the day than you have when you're sleeping. So I prefer to spend a lot of my times thinking about how to make my day better as opposed to my sleep better. Now, again, you can still try a bunch of things about sleep. Have some white noise generator or plan your schedule. So the thing is, a lot of people talk about one of the most consistent ways to get better sleep is to have a fixed sleep schedule, right? But it's not the sleep itself. Like, to get the sleep schedule, to get a good sleep schedule, you need to get the rest of your day in line, in my opinion. So if I had to choose, right, here's where you sleep. Let's just say it's any amount of time from 4 to 8 hours, right, on the low side. And then the rest of your day, you're awake, right? You're awake from 16 to 20 hours, right? You have more chances to work on this, and also your conscience. I am having English problems. So you're awake during this. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I gotta fix my sleep schedule, right? When they think about quote unquote sleep schedule, which is a very common thing, they're talking about this. A sleep schedule is this, not this. If this is spiraling out of control, it is more likely to impact this, in my opinion. So like, if you have to pick something that you can do, this part first, not this. The nice thing is the things that you can do here are a list of bunch of things, like right, make sure you don't have worry thoughts. There are many things you can kind of work on this for sure, right? And those are the first things because in my opinion people think it's easy, and I agree with them. Actually, there's less you can do about your sleep. Like, make sure you don't eat don't eat a heavy meal for 3 hours before you go to bed. Make sure you have nice blankets and so on. Maybe aerosolize your room so that you can breathe better. Have a white noise machine. All those things in my opinion, are called easy, quote, hacks that everyone keeps talking about. But unfortunately for me personally, this is my personal share, this is why I have good sleep. Like, and here's another thing. When someone talks about timing your sleep, and then they talk about circadian rhythm, you know, a bunch of people talk about circadian rhythm a lot of times. They throw around circadian rhythm like it explains things. It's like circadian rhythm is adaptive when it comes to humans. Like, you can create drifts in circadian rhythm. Whether that's healthy or not, that's certainly up to longitudinal studies, right? There's a difference between someone who's getting 8 hours of sleep, regardless of where their circadian rhythm is, like your timing, like if you're sleeping during the day or in the evening, there are noticeable effects and they can be negative. But that's the difference between someone who's getting 8 hours versus when they sleep and their duration is heavily dependent on their schedule, the rest of their schedule. Sleep schedule is not exactly when you sleep. It's your whole daily schedule. So when someone talks about circadian rhythm, it's not about night and day cycle solely. I think this would be a very, I often find that people who talk about circadian rhythm, it's a maladaptive way to make an excuse for explaining how complicated maintaining a sleep schedule is compared to the understanding of biological sleep. Sure, you can most definitely try to sleep at night instead of during the day. That can promote circadian rhythm because of like sun exposure and whatnot. Yes. Saying that to someone does not resolve the behavioral idiosyncrasies that contribute to sleep deprivation. Your quality will definitely go down, probably. Like, all this is still involved in sleep quality. Know that the sleep schedule is not when you're unconscious, when you're sleeping. It's not solely that. It's the rest of your day. So I wanted to emphasize that. If you're asking how do I get to bed? How do I find the willingness to sleep? My schedule. I will stop calling it a sleep schedule because I think it is hyper focusing on something that I found very concerning and progressively part of the way people think online nowadays. You can collectively hyper focus on something without understanding the contextual relationships between all of your actions. Like, when someone says I'm doing poorly in school, it's because math is hard. And my first thought is not you particularly, Mika. Math is a very common, like, it's super common subject that people complain about. Like, oh, math sucks. Like, yeah, math sucks for me too. But the idea is, when you make an argument like, oh, math is just inherently hard, that's why it sucks for you. That doesn't do anything for you. It legitimately does not help you be proactive about anything. You can try to understand the nature of why math is hard, maybe for you and other people, and then see what you can do with that information. That is creating positive stress. So to relate it back to sleep schedules, when you understand the nature of something, it gives you the possibility of creating positive stress. Stating things and then accepting them is a way to cope. And there are things you have to cope in life. Hopefully it's not your sleep schedule at an early age. When you're older, you might just naturally have to cope with something. Back pain, leg pain. It's too early for that, in my opinion. And even for older people, I hope that's not the case, right? Coping strategies, there are things you have to cope with. Grief, like losing someone, right? People grow old, people die. Those are things that you are going to have to cope with. So I would imagine people who cope a lot would be very excellent at that. Like they would be able to block it out. However, when you want to do something that you're proactive in, you can't control death, but you can most definitely control your daily, for the next couple of days, at least your daily schedule. So that's kind of where the positive and negative stress comes from. I often tell people like, oh, I'm very tired, but I often I think that there's often a misinterpretation of that. I'm tired because I work very hard at what I want to do and what I think I should do and whatnot. So that tired is not something to be sorry about. Like when someone says, oh yeah, oh I know how you feel, like I'm sorry you're so exhausted, and I'm like, I'm not. I did what I intended. I worked very hard, and then I pushed myself even harder. And then the comment near the end of the day is, I would say, man, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. That's usually my thought. Like, yo, I didn't want to push that hard, but I pushed very hard yesterday. And the first thing I do is I hit the bed and I slept like a log. The only good thing that happened today was your SAT practice. You also have to get up to 5 hours from now. Oh, I see. Yeah, you really miss your fan? You could have bought a portable fan or something. I'm not sure if like hotel rooms come with fans. No, they don't come with fans. Sometimes hotel rooms might have like, no, they don't have ceiling fans anymore either. They do have like AC fans. So I don't know if you're like sharing a room or something, but in most of the hotel room, hotel rooms do provide fans. You just don't turn them on. So hear me out. I'm gonna say this now. If you go to the climate control on your hotel room, you can turn the hotel room's climate control to meet the temperature. And the climate control in the hotel rooms are droning white noise machines. So, and some of the climate controls have a fan only option, as in instead of ACing and heating, they just run the motor. The alternative thing is you find the temperature you want and you have it turned on. Hotel AC turns on for about 5 every hour and turns off again after. Well, that in itself is a repeated cycle. Yeah, you might want to check if there's a fan option. It's not in every hotel room, but if it's very convenient, you might be able to find a fan option. And what it does is just it keeps the unit running, but it doesn't like do AC or heating. It simply just runs the thing at a fan. I remember doing that on some of the places, but it's not guaranteed that there's a fan option. Those things do make a lot of noise, and it can be helpful if you're worried, if you're thinking about fans. Again, bringing your own fan is a kind of a thing if you're always driving, but that's kind of an inconvenience if you're abroad. I totally understand that. You currently just play YouTube fan noise on another device. Oh yeah, that's fair. I would bring a device, yeah. Actually, I bring earplugs most of the time. Like I bring earplugs because whenever I'm in a hotel room, not this year. This year is gonna be different, but the only time I've been out is I would have random roommates because I'd be volunteering at Otakon, and most of them snore. I don't think there was one time that I had a roommate or a pair of roommates that didn't snore. And it is so frequent that sometimes I'm not even sure if I snore, because I almost feel it might be like a warped perception, but the moments that I have, 9 out of 10 times the other person snores. So I usually bring earplugs. This one does have a constant fan setting the scenes, but it's quiet. As long as you can hear it. Yeah, so that's the other option. The fan setting in the AC unit. All it does is turn the motor. Or like turn the movable thing. Kare. Okay. What is this? Standing?
彼がそこに立っています。
あなたは何のアニメが好きですか？
この雲の色は白だ。
Accustom. How do I accustom? I think this is new. No, it's not new. Something about Reru. Na? Ah? Nagu? Nare? Probably nare. Nareru.
私はスピーチをすることに慣れています。
You usually sleep with earphones on playing videos, but then your phone alarm breaks sometimes and using wired sounds like a bad idea. Oh. Maybe even using any is bad though. Can't have a video as well as fan noises through though out loud. I see. There are sleep. No, I'm not sure if there's studies about putting noise, like having earphones and whatnot, because there are earphones designed for that. Like legitimately, there are companies that make sleep like devices that don't impede someone sleeping but still is involved in it. I have tried that. It's largely fine. I mean, I don't usually carry those devices. I simply just block everything out. I've learned to meditate. Here's like some stuff. I do like, I stretch, I yoga before sleep. And you might be thinking, it's like, okay, well, you don't like yoga. You already mentioned that you don't like yoga. But the thing is, meditation, there's a reason why meditation is also related to yoga. And then yesterday you said like, well, doesn't focusing on breathing make you like stir crazy or what, your disagreements with breathing? Like meditation, breathing, and yoga is involved in all of that too. So when I said I meditate, I do more than just meditate. I meditate, stretch, and in order to stretch and meditate, you need to know how to breathe. Because when you're in a stretch position, it can be very difficult to breathe. So you focus on your breath, understand how your body is moving. I do all of this before I sleep. And if you're wondering, is it for the purpose of sleeping? Yes and no. Most of the things I do in like currently in my routine, you can make an argument for like 10 or 12 reasons why they exist, because we're talking about making life more efficient, right? Life more efficient. And a lot of times, in my opinion, when people talk about efficiency, they're talking about doing less for more. Like studying, you hope to do less work and learn more. I think that is a logical fallacy.
this is to me personally, if someone were to ask me, what are the things that guide my like regular life philosophy? When you do less, you get less. I think when someone thinks that you do less and you get more, they're trying to sell you something. That's usually the case. And what are they selling you? Their pride. So when a internet person just suddenly comes out and say, oh yeah, you should do this, this, and this, it's like, whoa, 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 slow your roll, my man. Like, let's get to know each other a little bit before you aggressively project and sell your pride and put your pride on the line. And then if that person is like, what do you mean? I know what I'm talking about. And then they leave, that was their pride. They didn't sit down with me and took some time to get to know each other. They had something to prove. So this is how I feel whenever when people talk about developing skills. Do less to get more. And I'm like, no, you do more to get more. So the philosophy that I have is that when I do something, each day I'm trying to do more. That's it. It just ends there. Do more. So what is the purpose of yoga and meditating and breathing? It's more than just sleep. It's helping me breathe. It's keeping my body limber. I have to run. Breathing helps me run. When I run, I actually focus on my breathing. So all of these things are doing more to do more. I understand that a lot of people are like, well, okay, but you could see it this way. You could see it as if you do yoga, you're getting more by doing less. And I'm like, that's not, yoga is something you do more with. Like you're adding yoga to your life. That's more. You're getting more from adding yoga. You're not subtracting things from your life. Usually you want to subtract things from your life when it's spending things in your life. So the things you subtract are the things you don't want anymore. And one of the things that people don't want anymore is to learn. And that is how I'm going to tie it back to Bunpro WaniKani Anki. You don't want to learn. That's why you're trying to subtract Anki, WaniKani, and Bunpro and stuff. You're constantly wanting to do less of it. I'm not saying you literally do that. The mindset is you hate doing that. Meanwhile, that person convinced themselves like, oh yeah, Anki works. That's why I like using it. Okay, then why do you keep trying to do less of it? Like, why do you keep trying to do less with the thing you say you like? That is illogical. If you like the thing, you do more of it and you get more out of it over time. You want to keep doing more of it. That creates more efficiency, right? You get better at doing it, and then now you stack on more things. So your efficiency and your quality goes up over time. But no, that's not what happens. Most people, they do something and they get happier when they do less, when it gets less stressful, easier to do. So the goal was to find something that you can easily do, and it gets easier over time. Most of the stuff that I've ever done in my life doesn't get easy over time. It gets harder over time. As in, like, the literal thing is getting harder. The difference is I'm getting better at doing it. Like I'm doing more on harder things, not treading in place. Like when you tread in place, you're getting faster, but you're still doing the same amount of things. Like you're literally doing the same amount of things. So then you tread less, right? Like if Anki is getting faster, what are you doing with the rest of the time? Are you just saying, oh yeah, I can do all my reviews in 15 minutes instead of 3 hours? It's like, okay. So now what are you going to do with all the extra hours? Like, are you going to make your Anki harder? Like, are you going to pile on more information so you can keep learning more? Like, no, I'm just going to sit there and rotate and do the same exact things. Like, well, then you're not doing more. In fact, you're doing less. Like, you're becoming less and you're using less and less of your effort and your energy. So, yes, it's no surprise that after you use Anki for like a year and you never do more with Anki, you'll feel like it's the grindiest thing you've ever done and you never get results, because your indicator is that when it gets easier, you're actually getting better at it. You're not, in my opinion, not in the way that you think, because the appreciable amount of getting better at something, there's an upper limit. When you practice something, the same thing over and over again, there's an upper limit to it, and you kind of approach it very quickly. Sleeping is very similar to that. Sleeping, you're dieting. If you're not trying to do more with your time, then ultimately you're doing less. That reminds you, you have leaning down heart thing, right? Do you get that when sitting and trying to tie shoelaces, like on a chair or something with shoes on the floor? When I bend down to tie my shoes. Instead, when I tie my shoes, I actually just sit down. So like, I sit down next to my shoes and I tie my shoes. When I come back from running, I bend down and untie my shoes, but my heart is already running. So, and then I would sit down, and then I would bend, like I would like sit down like this. Yeah, right next to the shoes. Yep. You have to remember that in this household, shoes are placed in a specific place in the house. It's in front of the house. There are no shoes in the house. So you sit right next to the mat. You know, like in Japanese, you know, like keikan, right? You remember, like there's a steps to the house, and then there are shoes, right? Shoes are placed here, right? Down here, or like right next to it. You sit down and you put on your shoes, and then you go out. And then, depending on what type of household you are, this is where the whole Japanese analogy falls out. I don't wear shoes in the house. There is a Asian stereotype that Asians would also provide other shoes, which is a common thing. It's far more common to have alternative shoes. Like my parents wear shoes in the house. So like house shoes, like slippers, that whole like, you know, the stereotype, you have shoes for every part of the house as well. For myself, I don't, I'm barefoot. So I actually take off my shoes and I walk around the house barefoot, because once I'm done running, I go and wash up, and then I come back down. So I always walk around the house clean. So that's my reasoning for that stuff. But typically my parents wear indoor shoes, so that's kind of the thing. Obviously there's no keikan or kanke, kenkan. There's no kenkan in my house. We live in a Western house, in an Americanized house. So we have a mat. We have a mat and a rack next to the front door, as opposed to like a entranceway. It would be kind of nice to have an entranceway, but the house we live in is a Western house. It's a American American house. It's a shoes if about to go outside. It's shoes if about to go outside. Personally, yeah, I wear outdoor shoes. I wear social when I was living on my own, like in the apartment, right? When I was in an apartment, I had work shoes because I worked in a lab. And then I have casual shoes, like for city walking. And then in the house, I don't wear shoes. What I do is I vacuum and clean on a bi-weekly basis. So like dusting, vacuuming, I clean the place. So I'm barefoot in my apartment because it's easier to maintain the place as opposed to like wearing your socks or something. I don't like the idea of using your socks as a glorified like dirt cleaner. like to me personally, it kind of it's concerning how dirty things get dragged around. So most of the time I sleep and walk around the house, I'm actually barefoot. There's another reason for it. Calisthenics, balancing. Most of the things I like do in the house when I'm balancing and doing pull-ups and push-ups, I'm actually barefoot. Like I use my literal feet to balance. So if I have to do like handstands and move around and jump and like jumping jacks and burpees, I'm barefooted. I'm not in shoes. But when I'm running and going to the gym and stuff, I wear shoes. And most of those shoes are like minimalistic shoes. So they're closer to my like foot abilities. Do you ever sort of hard to explain, how do you go about picking up something off the floor without triggering it? I squat. I squat down. I learned to squat. This is one of the calisthenic gold standards. Deep squatting. So I don't bend down, I squat down, and then I stand up. So I rarely like, you know, like when you're standing, I rarely bend down to grab something. I squat down to grab it and then get back up. Okay, so this is my hand, right? At the standing level, you simply squat down, grab the thing, and then get back up. So you don't move your chest is leveled. So everything is leveled because of calisthenics. Bunch of, like, if you're wondering, well, how do you get to a higher place? You pull up, and then you lower yourself down. So the reason why I like calisthenics is because of mobility. Practice mobility. You probably heard the whole thing about if you need to lift something, you don't lift with your back, you lift with your legs. So like whenever, you know, people would carry, right? Whenever you're thinking about someone, whoa, those are big hands, but you know, you carry a box, right? You lower yourself down. You're just simply going down. You crouch down. You don't bend forward and let the object carry you down. You do the same for squatting, but really need to become better at it. It's painful after not much time. Yeah. So you use body weight first, right? Or assist it. You want to assist yourself. Like if you have stairs in the house, it's great to do that. Like just sit down on the stairs, get back up. Sit down on the lower stairs, get back up. Grab a chair, grab a low chair. Get used to sitting down and getting up. sitting down, getting up with your like, you know, trying to keep your body still, right? Because that heart condition is triggered by sudden movements and stuff. Like I stopped playing. You used to do that, but you hated it. Yeah, now that's how you. And then deep squatting, then you get into deep squatting, right? Eventually you're not sitting down, right? You're not sitting down at a 90-degree angle. You're getting deeper than a 90-degree angle. And your knee, this is your knee pivoting, right? There's all the whole thing about hips and stuff. That's a whole different story. But generally speaking, getting up, sitting down, trying to keep your body leveled is what I would do. Like for me, like to recover from like sudden jolts from. And if you're wondering like, so what do I do with sports? All the sports I played over my life deal with keeping the body stationary. Your chest stationary. So like when I was playing disc golf, I'm turning. All I'm doing is turning. Like I'm pivoting my turn, so I'm not like bending over. When I'm bowling, your chest is forward. Your shoulder is always squared and your chest is forward. Now, Taekwondo was a different story, but generally speaking, when you're kicking and punching, you're still trying to square your body. So your body is still like, it's your center. So most of the stuff that I do. What age did you have a sense? Probably when I was like 30. It started when I was 30. About 10 years ago. When I was younger, didn't really notice it too much. It's not that it wasn't there. I just don't think it was noticeable. Yeah, sudden movements, like getting up very fast, like bending over, like tumbling, falling back, like jolting can do that. And I already how do I get the breathing back, like the heart thing back? It's deep breaths. You exhale, right? It's pretty much what people say. You exhale for as long as possible, usually a 5 count, and then breathe as deeply as you can back in. Inhale as deeply as you can. The quicker you can increase the length of you breathing in and breathing out, that's when my heart stops like being at like 180. It usually goes from like 180 to like 60. The moment we don't want it stops. You didn't know sun moon causing it too? It can. Like I've done it before. When something hits me in the chest, it can probably do that. Yeah, it did. Well, it's not like I'm breathing heavily. Like I could be sitting here, right, doing nothing, right, and I can still trigger it. Or especially when I run and then I come back, I would try to breathe in, breathe out, and eventually it just disappears. In fact, I can kind of feel when it's going to stop by how deeply I breathe. So like if the next inhalation is very good because I exhaled really long, I can anticipate the next exhalation is going to drop from my maximum heart rate immediately. I don't know what it is, but it's become mechanical to me. So I'm not sure if I'm predisposed for any form of stroke or cardiac problems. But generally speaking, it's under control. So that's all you can really hope for. Well, that's certainly not it. Anyway.
僕の父はスキーをするのがすごく上手です。
あなたは今までに入院をしたことがあるの？
We're gonna try to do a little bit more here. We got 4 minutes left. So then we're gonna switch over to HanziHero. We don't have lessons for HanziHero. This is gonna be going straight into some review exercises. Oh, actually, that means I don't actually have to... I could deliberately wait till 4 a.m. to do the lesson. No, but then it'll always shift. Never mind. It's fine. Today is just a review day for HanziHero.
あなたのオウムは声を真似することができますか？
この歌を知ってる？
Excuse me? What? Yeah, I thought it was... Oh, wait. I thought it was... Oh. New edit? What is the ending for what? You're currently trying to figure out how to pick hair out of dorm showers due to it being a bit out of reach, and you don't really need to squat inside. Don't really want to squat inside a wet shower. If you have suggestions or reach from outside it. Oh, you mean like when you're standing outside of the shower basin, like the bottom, and then you're just the hair? I have no idea. You could get a reaching device. Do you wear like sandals or something when you go into the dorm showers? Guess you could always use sandals to like use your feet to like brush it aside. I know picking hair out of the drain. But usually the drain has some sort of guard, right? So, or do you have like a submerged drain? So, usually drains have guards, right? And the hair sits on top of it. So that means if you had like some sort of shoes, like sandals, you can use that and then push it out to the corner or something. That's kind of like diffusing the problem. That's how that would mean that you don't have to bend down. It's okay. It's one where the drain with a bit okay top like over it. Yeah. So a bit top over it. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if you wear shoes. I wear when I'm in dorms. So I don't know if you feel this way, but athlete's foot is a thing. That's when you get that's when you have, I don't know if it's fungal or viral, but most of the time I wear like beach sandals to go to the showers. So you could use that and then like skid it across the side. You know, you can run your footwear across it. You wear shoes everywhere except in the shower, as you slip pretty badly once inside. Yeah, so these shoes are supposed to reduce skidding. So you can still do this to go. You're more likely to skid on your skin than these shoes. So perhaps that's one thing. So you can find waterproof footwear or open face footwear where the material that the thing is made of grips onto wet surfaces. And yes, that is one of the reasons why I wear something like that. They're not, you might be able to find something that's specifically designed for grip now, but back in the day there weren't too many available, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Like, I don't like slipping. Like, there are many reasons other than protection. Slipping is definitely one of them. There's also, like, when you're showering, right? You can get a magnetic bucket or a suction bucket. That's also a thing, because if you have to, like, get down and pick up something, or you drop something, you pick up something, you can always get a magnetic bucket for your, like, your soap and your shampoo. Usually suction is a bit better, like a suction cup, right? I don't know if you have these things. When you're sharing a shower, you want to also have modular things that you can take and go. So, like, you can get a bucket, like a specific bucket where there's a cup attached to the thing, so you just slam it into the wall, right? I'm guessing the shower has tiled walls or something, because UK has better construction, right? Anyways, you stick it on there, and those things, you can carry something with it. All of these things are available, so you might want to look into that. Footwear is a very big importance if you have mobility issues. I stand by footwear a lot of times with mobility issues. So getting something to grip if you're afraid of slipping is far more conducive, in my opinion, than relying on your old skin. I mean, your skin is certainly very grippy. I'm kind of curious if how accessible these is. Yeah. Yeah, there are anti-slip things. So you can probably grab some of them. Oh, those sound good. It feels like a plastic ball. You just balance the bottles on the temperature changing thing. They fall sometimes. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna. The reason why I brought up the suction cup holders and stuff is my guess is you probably like hang your thing, or maybe like you have certain things you have that have a string around it, and then you just hang it on the knob thing, but it's gonna fall off, so you have to pick them up anyways, and that is not a great way if you have mobility issues. So finding something that can stick to the wall and can support a certain amount of weight so that you can just simply go to the back, you carry the things anyways, you're gonna have to carry them anyways, and then you slam it into the wall, and that's a good way. I did all of these things when I was at college, right? At college, over time, the first thing I did was, well, you have to share showers, right? And you gotta at least, you have to shower nearly very, if you don't like showering or hygiene and stuff, you gotta at least make it attractive. Like, so that's what I mean by there are things you have to do in life. If they're very cumbersome and frustrating, but you have to do them, you gotta think about ways you can improve upon them, right? Non-slip, slip-resistant footwear, a carrier thing, right? And yes, there are, like, I did have something to carry clothing and towel as well. So, oh, those sound good. It feels like you just balance, okay, and then you put your clothes and towel in the sink. Oh, yeah, that's weird. And you might be thinking, oh, is all of this costs a lot of money? Well, honestly, if you're gonna those things, a good pair of those things are for life. So imagine how often you're gonna get use out of those, as opposed to like, I don't know, your favorite mouse pad or keyboard. I think this got a little personal there when I said keyboard. Like an extra keyboard can be the cost of slip resistant shoes and a carrying Ouija thing for your shampoo and stuff, and then a portable bag that contains your clothing and towel. Like, they can be very cheap. The thing is, having like a bag that is very easily accessible, that is meant to like just hold clothing and towel for the bathroom would be great. We don't talk about your keyboard budget, yeah. That's definitely worth the investment. Again, the whole thing about sleep, right? There are also things you have to do in your life, right? Keep clean, so hygiene is part of the parts. If you have a problem, you gotta be creative in thinking if there's an improvement. So hygiene, if you hate hygiene, which does happen to people who don't like hygiene, right? Like the upkeep, you gotta invest in it. Like, I can tell you now, it took me a while to get someone to say, hey, have you considered an electric toothbrush? Right? And their argument was, oh, you know, I like manual brushing. It would feel weird to have something electronic. And like, you have to do it every day. Like, at least once a day to brush your teeth. So it's worth an investment. That's kind of it, like that. And then you have diet. You know, diet is when someone says, okay, well then how do I do anything with diet, right? Meal prep, right? Or a slow cooker. There are so many things, like, in my opinion, there's a lot of technology and all of them do help you with your regular life. And it doesn't start with A and ends with I. That's not the most convenient thing that can solve, like, that can greatly improve your quality of life. It does not start with A and it doesn't end with I, ever, in my opinion. Like, I think it's too overstated that up here is also involved in the things you need to do as a human being. So these are very heavy places that you want to at least make sure you're getting. Like clothing, for example, sleepwear is underrated as well, where you ask like, oh, you know, there's no reason to sleepwear, right? Your walking shoes, definitely your walking shoes. If your place gets cold, like a nice, you gotta min-max, and it sounds like maximalizing, but the thing is, you're constantly aiming to improve the most consistent aspects of your life. Like, if you sit a lot, you gotta make sure at least your sitting is in order, right? Like, for example, one of the things people will concern is like, oh, if you sit a lot, then your back is going to become weak. Then do something about it. Every time I take a break, I do something with my back. Oh yeah, regarding the process of showering, sounds stupid. Where are you supposed to use soap? What do you mean by where am I supposed to use soap? You're supposed to clean your entire dermal layer, so anywhere there's skin, use soap. Well, I mean, shampoo is considered soap, so I'm like including shampoo in the soap. You know, anywhere you have exposed skin. Wait, I can't find, I don't know what it. I'm gonna have to switch gears here. HanziHero. Gonna not try to sleep at 8 in the morning here, or 10 in the morning. Wet. I really thought it was new. Nureru, nukeru. Nuku? No. As a disclaimer, the things that I'm saying, that specifics is not the important thing, right? When you ask for an explanation how to shower properly, you simply, well, I mean, I don't know what it is to shower properly. The idea is you have enough mobility to, right, apply soap to all your exposed skin, and then you rinse. You don't necessarily have to, like, I don't know if you ever like seen like depictions of people. Generally, like, you set up, you use surfactant across all your exposed skin, maybe give it a few, a couple seconds, and then you rinse off and you're good to go. Obviously there's a lot of healthy, like, beauty gurus out there that talk about like exfoliating and removing dead skin and stuff. It's like, yeah, I suppose. But my thought is the goal of hygiene is to conservatively remove debris from your skin. So wherever there's particular debris that can encourage bacterial growth, like excessive bacterial growth, it's probably when you want to apply soap. Is soap usage everywhere required? I have no idea. That's a good question. I'm not even sure if soap in general, like a surfactant itself, is absolutely necessary for showering. These are not medical advice. I'm not a dermatologist. I did coincidentally work in a department that deals with dermatology, but I don't know enough about the dermatological things. This is different from like beauty products and healthcare hacks. The idea is you're applying enough surfactant to control microflora on your skin. No more, no less. So if you have a plate, like if you're not actively balancing this, your skin becomes dry, right? Like your skin, you can deal damage to your skin as well in the by over dehydrating your skin. The idea is you're trying to strike a balance. Your skin is naturally has a microbiota of its own. So over stripping your skin can lead to discomfort just as much as under washing or under keeping your skin. And if there's any underrated part of your body that is responsible for the protection, is your skin. Your skin is the first organ. I know most people don't think about skins as an organ or an organelle or like a part of your body, but your skin, your dermatological layer, is the most effective place. It's also the most common place that you will probably get sick from. And what I mean is like contact through the skin, on things that come into contact with your hands, all of that. That's what soap is for. Soap is particularly for to reduce cross-contamination, right, with your exposed areas, your mucosal areas, your nose,
your eyes, your mouth, anything that has a route to get into you, right? You might be thinking your stomach. No. Like, here's also another thing where it's not necessarily the mouth that is the problem. Like the cavity, you still have skin lining all of your stomach and, you know, all your insides and stuff. But you're trying to prevent areas where are sensitive to diffusion and stuff. Like your eyes are a very big part. If you get a bunch of dirt or something and then you decide to rub your eyes with it, there's a high chance that's going to be an ouch, right? Your nose have mucosal exposure as well. And then when you're through your mouth, you could get like things in your lungs and inhale things. So that's, they can still be carried on your skin while you're doing it. Would it be socially unacceptable to not use soap except for a couple places, or to not? I have no idea. That would be a cultural difference in social groups. I think those, when you're talking about like socially accepted practices and socially unaccepted practices, I have no idea. I think that is highly, as you probably guess, is highly dependent on cultural practices. From a mechanical standpoint, like a dermatological mechanical standpoint, you're trying to keep your skin free of the occasional opportunistic bacterial agents, like or fungus and bacterial. Not all, like, there are far more benign and potentially beneficial bacteria than there are pathogens. However, it is those pathogens that you are using soap to prevent, like salmonella, from like handling raw meat, for example, like chicken or something. That's what soap is for. And there's no guarantee without like a regular, semi-regular cleaning, you know, like to do that. You don't know what part of that, what part of your compromised state of health, like when you get ill and whatnot, can be attributed to carrying the pathogen on your skin. Would it be more than socially unacceptable not to brush teeth? I have no idea. Not brushing teeth causes your standard erosion of teeth, right? And then when you don't brush your teeth, there are other health concerns. I mean, I think the least of your concerns is talking about socially unacceptable nature. Not brushing your teeth can lead to, it's well documented, that can lead to health decay, right? Like it can really damage your health in general. So if you have poor health, then whether it's socially acceptable or not, the act of brushing teeth, not brushing your teeth, will make you likely socially unacceptable in the first place. Because and we're not talking about like go over the board, whiten your teeth and get veneers and all that stuff. Generally speaking, bacteria builds in the teeth. It's a foregone conclusion that happens. You can still brush your teeth technically without heavy solvents. Like toothpaste works, right? But it's the vigorous act of mobilizing the disturbance that creates plaque removal and whatnot. So whether it's socially acceptable or not, I think this is like kind of saying, is this car cool or not? Meanwhile, the car doesn't run. Right? We gotta keep in mind and keep it pragmatic here. You're asking a question that's downstream from the purpose of it, right? Taking a shower every once in a while to preserve your health is the focus of using soap and whatnot. And brushing your teeth, the focus is that you're trying to keep your
dental hygiene healthy, not whether it is socially acceptable or not. Because in my opinion, that comes way after. Maybe you need to work on multiple sorts of hygiene, not just the sleeping sorts. Make it more enjoyable. Make it an event. Right? That's... I know that this is not a life hack or anything. The idea is... life right now, at least we're speaking about people who have privileges. People with privileges have many ways to... What do you mean how it could be enjoyable? By caring about it. Like, you have so many privileges in your life that is not existing in others. So the idea is you use them. You use your privileges. How could you care? That's a question you can only answer yourself. People care because it makes them feel better. So then it goes back to enjoyable. What? How do I wet? Huh. Don't remember what word was introduced for wet. It's definitely a new. Or is it? Oh, it might actually be. Okay. Just kidding. Gee. Honestly, I have no idea what word they're using. I remember odor. Yeah, I don't have that's wet.
髪が濡れたままだと風邪をひくのでドライヤーで乾かしましょう。
Yeah, no, I did type. Oh no, I think I typed neru or something like that. Wonder if kitchen grabby thing could be used for getting hair from the drain. I mean, it can. I don't know how expensive that is, but you can certainly do that. All right, we're just gonna come back out and switch gears. All right. Well, I hope you find something that works for you. I think when you say so the one last thing about how could you care and how could you enjoy, I think what you're talking about is you're thinking about the binary state of whether you care, yes or no, and enjoy, yes or no. That's a 0 and 1. That's kind of the question you're asking. Because I don't think you're asking how. You're asking why or what. Because in my opinion, if you're thinking about you're asking as though you can't care or you can enjoy, in my opinion, personally, it's viewed on this. If your enjoyment is a 2, you could consider it as not enjoying it when you say you not enjoy it. But that's not how this works. A 3 is enjoying it more. That's what I was talking about when I said there's a lot of things you can improve in your sleep schedule. Because you're not saying whether you enjoy something or don't enjoy something. Care about something, don't care about something. You're trying to enjoy it more. Care about it more. Slowly. And then you might learn that the thing you're changing makes you care about it less. Make it less enjoyable. The thing is, your net changes is going to improve with experience and problem solving. It doesn't get done, it doesn't improve when you're asking without experience. So I'm hesitant to offer specifics that are supposed to guarantee results. The idea is to do them and find out if it gets worse or better. Whether you enjoy it or not is not the excuse, and how you can or cannot do something is not the excuse. Is what are you going to do with them? So how could it be enjoyable? Is how could it be more enjoyable? How could it be less enjoyable? What can I do to see if it becomes more enjoyable or less enjoyable? It's not if it's enjoyable, if it is not, if you care, if you don't care. It's can you care more? Can you care less? Because at some point what happens is, what if your yes and no is a 9 or plus? This to me is what it feels like whenever you ask me how. Your threshold is like this. So unless it's a 10, which is what happens when I talk about net speak and the next generation, when they say, oh, this is good, it's a 10. And everything else, 9 and less, is bad. Or 9 and less is don't care. Constantly seeking for ideal situations, right? Like, don't use Duolingo, for example. Don't use Duolingo because it's a 3. Well, it would be useful if I knew the person had a scale of 1 to 3 and 5 to 10. And 3 sounds like, well, it's certainly disagreeable, but it's not a 0. But most of the time when I'm talking to someone, it sounds like they think the average number is a 9. And the only way they'll ever do anything is if it's a 9 or 10. Meanwhile, everything else can cease to exist. So, all of this stuff is how I feel when you ask, like, how could it be enjoyable? How could it not be enjoyable? Or more enjoyable, right? If you already hate something, you're at a 1, you have all of this. So, in fact, when you say, how could it be enjoyable? My retort is, how could it not be more enjoyable? If you already hate something, you can only go forward. You can only improve it. So when I said to come up with something more enjoyable, focus, work on caring more, is because I don't think you care. You don't care. You hate the thing. So no matter what you do, it's going up, at least I think. The problem with this is, since you're already at a 0 and you're actually a 9 right now, pretty much everything looks like you can't enjoy it. This is the mindset that I feel is plaguing getting people to do things. Like, Doing a little bit is not good enough. It has to be a home run. And no one's gonna have like, for me, like, think about how many answers can I give you that does this. That none of them will work. Like, most of them will not work. If it didn't work for you already, how could I possibly ever provide something? That's a sobering thought. Like, I actually think you're at a 1. So basically anything you do should be more enjoyable and care more. However, if I am correct, you know, if I'm reading into this and you think you're already at a 9 and a 9 is hating it, hating doing the thing, is like, yeah, then pretty much everything I say or anything anybody else say, you're going to hate it because your wiggle room is here. You're either looking for the best thing since sliced bread, or you're gonna rule out like hundreds, if millions of ways people talk about hygiene and caring about things, right? That's my personal take to keep in mind. It's hard for anyone to care or feel enjoyable about things when they have to qualify if you care or if you find it enjoyable, right? That's tough, because that's the difference between if you want an A and everything else is an F. And I'm using this example because that's where the joke Asian F comes from. Well, if you're operating like this, then my only like really Gen Z friendly advice is lock in. Or maybe a slightly boomer response would be suck it up. Because if you want to operate with A's and everything else is an F, even though there's B's, C's, D's, and everything in between, all of them are like not useful, right? Not useful at all. Then you have to live like that. If you want to live in the 99th percentile, you're gonna have to behave and adapt like the 99th percentile. I'm not 99th percentile, so the things that I said about like cleaning, you know, like hygiene and whatnot, that's not 99th percentile. It's things that get you 1% better. You might even hope for 2%, 3%. My general advice, as we know each other fairly okay, is that this adds up. Not waiting for the perfect time to do anything, or the perfect solution that will change your life. A millennial term that I do not like very much anymore, right? Not very much. It's almost borderline, I'm starting to dislike it, is hacks. I dislike hacks. In fact, oftentimes when people say hacks, I'm thinking of them as hacks. As in passe, cheap. It's a cheap term because hacks are constantly promoted as changing one's life. And to me, after I talked about the calisthenics and all that stuff, you don't change your life by doing one thing. You change your life by working at it hundreds and thousands of times every single day. So how do you enjoy something more? You start by enjoying it a little bit more by the things you do. So if you're going to complain about something, try to find a solution for it. If it doesn't work, You have learned something, and now you can develop a better solution for it. So that's kind of my answer to that. I can't answer how you're going to do that because I don't know what it is that you do, and I don't think it's very appropriate for me to be involved in those things, right? The idea is you're aiming for 1%, then you're aiming for 2, and you're aiming for 3. And maybe in the course of a year, it will be very different, right? My sleep schedule did not change overnight. My heart condition didn't change overnight. The things I do not change overnight. I'm not that kind of guy. So when someone, if you're looking for someone that's going to offer you a hack that somehow makes brushing your teeth any less miserable than what you're doing now, I'm not the guy. I actually don't believe in that. I don't think habits change overnight. Habits are developed over the course of one's life. So you keep trying each and every day to improve it. Care a little bit more each and every day, right? You can also choose to care a little bit less for things you don't like. That's also an alternative. Whenever someone talks about a bad habit, right? How do you get rid of a bad habit? It's not overnight. Some people might argue with you and say, no, I have a solution, just don't do it. Go cold turkey, it'll fix itself overnight. I disagree. Habits don't go away overnight either. So you could try to care less about it, right? Care less about things you don't like. So that's an alternative. When you have if you have negative sources of stress, an alternative, which is not as great as being proactive. Caring less means that you avoid it, right? And I already talked about the dangers of avoidant behavior. When you avoid a behavior, it doesn't solve the problem. It does nothing to it. You didn't address it. It's still a way to reduce negative stress. It's very hard to consistently actually do something productive, and it doesn't solve the problem. So usually I don't say this. I don't offer and encourage people to do that. The other way to do this is to replace the bad habit, or you think it's a bad habit, which is how a habit would be you don't care about hygiene, for example. This is just a hypothetical. You don't care about hygiene. Can't spell hygiene for the life of me. So what can you do? Because you're going to consider it as a bad habit. Because the bad habit is like a 9 on the scale of 10. This is already like solid. It's so resistant. So you work on it, right? If you are 9 on the hate scale, then you gotta work towards turning that into an 8. Work towards that turning into a 7. And maybe if you get lucky, you get to a 5, and then the hump is over. You got over the hump. Now it's just tilting back and forth. That's the way to go. That's what I would say. People ask, in my opinion, there are far more people who ask about how to get rid of bad habits and correct the things that they're bad at or don't want, versus working on things that would compete with that. So like, what competes with poor shower habits? Doing something you like during the shower. But if you hate showering itself, then how could you create liking shower itself? I don't know. Do you have a habit that is fun to do? because you can couple this. It's called habit coupling. Like for me, one of the things that showers are interesting is I have to run. So I like running now. Now I like running. So that means washing up after running is coupled with that. And it feels good, right? So plenty of ways. Those aren't actually examples. They don't provide any specifics because I don't know the nature of how people live their lives. Okay. Hopefully some of that is interesting. All right, folks. That's the end for our Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. As a, closing word, how does all of that relate? Like all of the stuff that I talked about, calisthenics, yoga, meditation, maintaining one's lifestyle, sleep schedule. Your language learning is also a habitual life skill. Learning is a habitual life skill. So I didn't just magically overnight say I'm going to start learning using Bunpro and then become consistent with it because it was something magical that Bunpro did. I think, in my opinion, most people think that that's how things work, especially younger people who are impressionable by net hustles. Like, I really like Bunpro. It's fantastic. But even if it wasn't Bunpro, even if it was Anki or whatever your favorite thing is, I've spent over 30 years curating how to learn whatever subject I put my mind to. So the odds of any of these things like completely destroying my confidence in my ability to learn something, it's illogical, it's unreasonable, it's actually pretty naive. And that doesn't stop someone. When I started 2 years ago, like over 2 years ago with Duolingo, that didn't stop ignorant people who, in my opinion, like respectfully so, they are ignorant because they didn't even bother understanding what my background is, but they still were able to project how they have me all figured out, right? If there's anything that is consistent from learning or interacting with me, is when I want to do something, it doesn't get worse over time. It gets better over time. And that is what I mean by all of the stuff that we talked about today. Anytime like Beth comes by and starts talking about their experiences, I'm consistently trying to ask questions, learn a little bit about them, and maybe try to encourage or share some things so that they get excited, right? They think, or like at least that's my attempt. I don't know answers like hacks, and I'm not an expertise in any of these things. I am more so that I believe that if you can solve problems and you can critically think, it takes someone who cares enough to ask you questions and then get you to be interested in your life and become more attentive and have a motivation to share it with another person. I think that is an underlying reason for people to want to improve. There was a argument that I had, sort of the underlying principle that was missing between me and James when I was talking 3 days ago, where it is easy for someone who is successful, right? I'm not pointing to myself, I mean like just the stuff. If you think you're successful, if you think you're driven and you have been successful, it's easy to project that the easiest thing to do is, oh yeah, everyone wants to improve. everyone wants to get better at life. It's easy to advance, right? Language learning is one of them. Like, hey guys, I have this great method, and if you use this method, you'll be successful. I think that's wrong. Like, legitimately, I don't use that word too often. I think that is a very wrong way to look at things. Because, like this conversation I had, you can exude all the expertise of trying to come up with examples like, oh yeah, you can like sing in the shower, or you can recite your kana in the shower. All these things are great. Yeah, if you're an expert and you understand what it takes to be consistent and all that stuff, that doesn't guarantee that whatever you're selling and whatever advice you're giving is going to make someone want to advance their life, like improve their life. In my opinion, I think that's one thing that I had a disagreement with James. It is presumed that people want to advance their life, and I hope that's still true. So despite the realities, I still am very optimistic. I expect more of people, and I've said this to Mika before. I'm the kind of guy that prefers to be disappointed. If I had to choose, I prefer to be optimistic about people and be disappointed run the risk of being disappointed, than ever underestimating someone by being cynical and then proving myself right. Because for me, I don't care if you disappoint me. If you're trying and you disappoint me, it's a burden we share, because you don't give up on people. So that's kind of what I'm, in the long run, the reason why I encourage people to, like, I ask questions and say, oh, hey, maybe you can connect this with this, or somehow this with this. It's actually ultimately to make them enjoy it more, but not in the sense of enjoying as in like this fits you so well. I'm talking about the reward of doing it. And then that reward can spawn caring. If not, then there's only one way you would maybe potentially care and enjoy it more. Have someone that you can possibly disappoint, or have someone looking forward to hearing what you did with your time. And that's a wrap for the closing remark that I say all the time. You are more than welcome to come on by and yap every once in a blue moon, talk about your day, discuss something, keep each other motivated, because 1% of caring and enjoying, or maybe accountability, or having someone just spending 1% to care about another person, or having that person care to tell another person, is still more than zero. I really dislike the new wave of obligatory, like, impact factor dependent kind of behavior, where if it doesn't change your life overnight, or you're doing something and it gives you like 40% return on your quality of life, it's not worth doing. Like, some things in life do not turn and change overnight. Enjoying things does not change overnight. Caring about things more, it doesn't change overnight. That's one of those things, in my opinion. Getting results like like an A or F, that does actually happen overnight, because it actually takes the length of an exam. And that stuff, in my opinion, is not what we're talking about here. Learning doesn't happen overnight. Getting a performance check does. Finishing your reviews for the day, it happens overnight. That number, 149, going down to 0, can happen in a day. The learning and the remembering of that thing is forever. So these are very different concepts. And I think hyper-focusing on the idea that somehow you need a predictable and statistical optimized and efficient decision versus seeing what works and doing them and then accumulating those experiences. It's contentious. So know your little achievements every day is like, let's reframe it to something positive. Yes, all the little things that you manage to do, caring a little, enjoying a little each day, talking to someone, writing one sentence a day, it piles up. It starts to add up. It builds momentum. So if you can make something that you dislike a little bit, dislike it less, even to the point where now you're neutral about it, that's a win. That's a positive, you're going in a direction. So let's get that going, right? Let's try to get that going. Like, the review is still at 149. That's fine. I did something today. Well, obviously there's a lower limit, but as long as you understand that you're heading in above your average, you're good to go. So more than welcome. Until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I want to get up, stretch, walk around, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第448天 is a 448. We're still running behind at the moment. It's 5 minutes till 4. I understand this lesson. We're not going to do lessons today.
Largely because yesterday I did lessons. Is to liberate time for today. If we do lessons today, then we won't have lessons tomorrow. The reset time's at 4. We're gonna try to crack into at least all of the character reviews. We're a set of characters behind, so let's go into it right now. Right meow. Hopefully 2 hours. Get some quality time. It's got 2 extra days to try to catch up a bit here. Very self-indulgent lately. What is this supposed to be? All I got is attach, but we don't use attach. Or do we? No. I genuinely have no idea what that is. Huh. Pretty sure this is battle act. Right? Okay. What is that? You measure? Leader measure? I mean, the meaning that we have now is attach. But what was it before the days of attach? We have like a caliper and a slender man. I have no idea. A payment? Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, wait. Oh no, it is payment. Oh no, I'm thinking of... Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yo, what? Wait, what? What's another combination of canopy, shack? Shack is not cliff. Oh wait, did I type shake? I probably typed shake instead of shack. My English is non-existent. Yeah. Okay. That's slowly fading.
华
Dang.
州
I can't spell porridge. Did I just type podridge?
L
Oh, I just potridged. Oh. Okay. That's a little suspicious.
Y'all
Something about a chute going down. That's kind of tough.
me
So I thought the fire thing, right, with the doggo. Definitely okay. Yeah. I still don't know how we're gonna
cover proper nouns. Car doggo. Okay. Car doggo.
Ming. 任 行 节 力
Did I not use benefit for this? Ever? I did, right? Oh, profit. Profit. Right.
八 摇 抗
Turntable. Hmm. Is this high? Hang. High is high is bad. High spirits. Is that what we were going for? Putting high volume.
Jing.
It's not twin. It's like cautious. Yeah, these are the mnemonic deals with the twin or two older brothers. Okay.
底
50. Yeah, because and then coming at you across. Could link that up with something else. Boost. Okay. All right. I don't know. Podium. And skill. I'm not too convinced I'm gonna another day, a week or two.
back to it. It's probably wait till I don't think this is good enough either. That's quite a lot of them already. There's a whole string of randoms that aren't tied to their whole string of randoms that aren't tied to their sounds.
N 容
Heck? Yeah, the downy thing doesn't work either. Because of the ear. Right. Hmm.
Jiu.
Okay. Hmm. Whoops. That's all. Those like radicals are not great for this. I'm like going over the radicals in my head. I can't think of an alternative or like a very reasonable alternative using like drops and a stool to get flea.
Hung.
That's a bit of a problem.
浊
Oh yeah, this is a problem too. Like hog tie. Well, peck is. Oh, you know what's? Oh, you know. Let's link this up with beak. Beak is rough too. Hui is pretty bad. Both of these have the same problem, where it's like just a random pig. Like Hui deals with pig too. Random pig, but it deals with the bird motif. Hmm.
That's a lot. But I have no idea what's happening. Everything is just gone by the wayside. What in the world with a tiger and cactus? Oh. She for void or runes? Or not void, but it's related to void. Don't know what to do with that.
虚
Not good.
是 台
Really? Oh, it's not what I think it is. Okay.
停 他 呀 韩
Oh, what is the thing called? Oh no, I don't know what the thing is called. Like a covent? Oh, covert. Covert. Alright, that's an English problem. It's not even an imagery problem. Wait. The same as don't know yet.
宗
Man. probably heard. Ow. It's like the perfect storm of all the characters that are pretty. They have none of these have vocabulary words. That's what makes them so weak. I have no idea how I'm gonna get always from this. What I wrote was really improvised.
Zhe.
Oh, that's fan.
Ying.
What is Ying? Is this better? Ying is bad too. Shouldn't. Something makes me want to type this. Dang it. Why do you look so weird? Oh, is that supposed to be a dagger? Is it? I think it's supposed to. Oh, okay, it's a missile. It just isn't a missile. I just realized how much this isn't a missile. This is May, right? Yeah, May. Not have. I just realized this character is not the right one. Huh. Oh, oops. Wrong time.
Vây. Phân. Hoang. Sân.
Not that, right? Dang.
Mỹ.
I remember we grouped it up with Jie. Oh. Is it though?
谢. who,
Or this is Golding. And I linked it up with Sincere. I don't know what Sincere looks like anymore.
举
Yeah, it preserves soil, not. Okay, it is about fortress or fort. I didn't use preserve. I used it.
Xing, 慢
What? Uh-oh.
ma, 炸
That's a bit of a cool. uh
铝
oh no, that's 吃. Oh goodness gracious. I have no idea what that is. That's not that. Uh, then infirmary. Okay. Well, that sucks.
La,
Okay.
宝
Why do I want to type heal? That doesn't. No. Hmm.
Z,
Hmm. I don't think Mai is going to. So Mai is definitely headed there. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. I'm telling you, the pig and the buckle and the pig just doesn't work together. There's another one. There are two of these. See you. I don't know if I combined them or not. We'll see if it comes back around if I combine them.
猛 转
Oh, I think that's full.
燕
Not quite clever. Erudite, yeah. I don't even know how that leads to my there's just nothing there for my
瑞 羊
Pretty sure this is supposed to be fragrant.
Xing寻
That's gonna need work. No dice. Hung has been a weak one for some time. No dice on that. Oh no, wait, that's Qiao.
横 雀 恶
What?
推
Oops.
见义辅
Like comfort? Oh goodness. That was from yesterday. This is from thought. What have I learned so far? Zelda is terrifying. Pretty much all the Zelda ones. Oh, and I keep thinking it's thought and not consider.
Go
This one's disappointing. Pretty disappointing. Like to express by and then it's word of mouth. Oh no wait, did I actually write express? No, I didn't. Okay. We'll see. Oh, that's way.
踏
Oh, this is the other one. So wait, so this is connected to one.
会
And then I can make this connected to all. Okay.
为 和
That's two. Wait. Yeah, that's two. What? Is that not fan? Oh no, it's not. That's pian. Whoops.
微
We. So we.
在
I'm not.
太
That's tricky one.
与 平 嘴 时
Hold is still fine. Oh no. Oh yeah. Actually fine.
Tao 定 捏
Holy, I wasn't sure about that one.
偏
What? Oh. Uh. F.
"剁
Oops. Cool.
引
Turn you and your rake. Hmm. C is a tough one. Let's see if we can link it with drawn out.
"领
Okay.
四
Yeah, that's questionable.
关 顾
What? Okay, that's definitely like gallbladder, right? Okay.
胆 年 罐
Yo, what?
和
Oh no. Oh, young.
逮 糖
Oh no.
包
Oh, wait, placenta.
酱
This is probably dung. Okay, so how do I combine? Oh, I'm pretty sure I combine. Where was Shuai at? Oh, it's probably because it's a combination of those two. No, it's not.
couldn't determine whether it's shui or dong right away. It's to fall or tumble. What I'm thinking of, tumble. Tumble. Oh. Okay, they're not even close. That's fine. And then this should be block or dodge.
Wu Dang
I think block is better.
Wei
Yo, what?
Die
Oh no, that's tumble too. Dang, that's another tumble.
下
Heck? Oh no. Not right. In what name is that? How in the world do you get a bow and a caterpillar in the same thing? What is that? Tian? I can definitely pivot to mysterious. What of that? I don't think those are most concerning. Oh, that's not fur. Dang it. That's something else. The heck is that?
Hoang
I guess they don't take a pipe. Maybe a tube. They might take a tube. I mean, it could be... That's tree, so that's not that. What is going on? Oh, I don't know how do you... No idea what's going on anymore.
憨 坡
I have no idea what that. Okay, that's not what it is. Fair enough.
超 我
No. Oh. Okay, I really went for that one.
咸 嚷
Was that supposed to be turkey? Yeah, it's supposed to be. What's this one then? I think it's young. Yeah. Oh, oh, sharp. Okay.
棒
Then
翘
I'll. That's not it. Well, okay. So how does this differ from Jung? Jung. That checks out. Shellfish.
0
Ah, I missed the G. Okay.
咸 公
Yo, what? Ain't no peppers. Like, die. It's another die. Dude. Holy. Oh, you know what? I can connect this die to the other die. As I legitimately have the mnemonic legitimately has nothing to do with the slaughterhouse. Oh man.
判
That's. Oh no! Wait.
除
What happened here again? Oh.
养
Young. Young. So what did I type? I typed John. I think we can use. Hang on. Pretty sure we can use chapter. Yep. Okay. So I want to quickly.
.在
What? That's slaughter, but there is a slaughterhouse involved in that.
张 灼
The shellfish that is done. I am not sure.
.焦 黑 可 治 谈
Oh no.
歌
Oops. Hmm.
煎 煎
Or I guess saute. Stir fry. What happened here?
跨
Goodness gracious. Hmm. Oh. It's the. What? I don't even know what that bottom is looking at. Alright, well, I have no idea. Alright, that is a complete blank. Okay, it's a spring. Spring. Kind of reminds me of creek. Well, creek, same problem. Oops, I added a G. I have no idea why I did that. Alright.
景影 ga
Oops. 3. Man, I really thought
舔 细
what is all of that? Nope. No dice. Gonna have to rewrite Lee. Has to pick someone. So, sure. I don't know why sure though. Okay. Alright, sure. That is a list. Okay. It's fine.
奢
Oh, okay. Hmm. Uh I had it and now it's gone. No idea. Know what that is.
蝉
Those suits? Freaking meditation. Like, dude. Five. I feel like I linked this up with
Xu
Chi, right? Yeah, okay.
Li 炸
That's so rough. What in the world? Oh, no, meow. I missed the eye. Got the floaty.
书
It is sure. Dang it. Okay. Fine.
脚
Twist. I had something on this that I could have. Oh.
鸟
It's probably okay. And why do I think it's that? It's because he's helping. Yeah, yeah. It was either Kun or me. I can't seem to get it straight between Kun and me. This okay. Not entirely sure how this works out either. Okay. What? Heck. Piglet, when? Hopeful. Pass.
Long. 己 敏 听
Um. Oh, goodness. No way. Yeah, no, that's not working. Not even close. No dice.
养 地
Definitely not that. Okay, so that's over. It's not that.
善 西
Oh, goodness. I forgot.
卷
I don't think it's okay. No.
飞晚饿
Oh, no. The heck? What's this? Oh, okay. Or thumb.
线臀会
It is comet. Comet is. Nope.
Hua
The heck? The body part. Okay. It's not Chun. That's the problem. Inch. Okay. Not the cowboy thing. That would have been the chestnut. And oh, I the NG. Fine.
冰
The other one. Okay. And the dress for... I'm pretty sure I typed wrong. Oh, I typed wrong. Not wrong. Dang it.
Xing. Mu. Fei.
Really it is with the giants. A... A also? Oh, no. English.
嚷。鱼。肘。
Right, the trophy cup.
Vây.
Oh, I'm getting out of here. Okay. I guess I left something. Or did I leave with a double enter? Grab this. Okay. Not good. We're back up to the characters, so this complete lack of vocabulary is not the greatest. Right. All right. Got a lot to review today. Somehow I think it's Ju, but I don't know why. Oh, that's right, because I don't have this. All right. Sure. Oh my goodness. Freak? Oh, dude. That's gonna be so... it's gonna be terrible. Cheer for Creek is terrible. Sure. T, open. This one's one of the worst from yesterday. Yeah. Stroke. That's bad. Lie. Hibiscus. Hoang. Wash away. Gun. Occupy. Seemingly. D. Prostitute. No. Bad. Jing. Utmost. Way. Only. So what is this? What is this one? That more. More. Is it more? Doesn't really seem like it should be. Oh, this is hibiscus. So what is this one? What is lie? Before. What type of heckin' plant this is? Oh, it's heckin' weed. Okay. Have like a dagger. Stop. Did each instead? Spray. Law. Trying to keep it low profile. LA. Mon. Something about like, oh, so long. That's rough. Okay. On aboard the struggle bus. Shove. King. Sunlight. Thump. Alright, let's go over like the 8 billion. It's like, what are we looking at? We're like looking at today was like 86%-ish. It kind of felt like an 80%. So my is looking horrendous. I don't even know what the top of my is. I know there's like, the bottom has at least, and I know that there's people up here. It's probably across, something like that. Rewrite it. Mine is probably cross, people, umbrella, and a different, yeah. For wheat, literally the only use for it, and barley. Hung. Hung is a bit disappointing. What's underneath? Something's underneath. I'm gonna say a burner is underneath. No, that would make it fish. Art? Caliper? Hungin really. It's big. That's gonna be a rewrite for sure. I'll write these, just the characters. T. I've got what's on the left. I know it, on the right is like white. Oh, wait. I know what it is. I think it's something like this. Oh no, it's hill, not... Yeah. Something like this. Lee is even worse. I'm gonna guess it's something like this. It has a snowflake. Oh no, wait. Lee is... That's an altar. What's at the top? Is it a mountain? I don't think it's mountain. I know there's an altar down here. See a brush. Like this. There's something on the top left, so I don't... it's a tree. Okay. Probably not gonna ever use that character because he was a slave. Right? Chang. This one really sucks. All of these are supposed to suck because they're the worst of the worst. Yep. All right. Let's list some more ones. Jai, double Jai. One Jai is and then the other Jai is right? Yeah. There was also Juan. Which is linked with... Oh, this one was pretty bad too. Yeah. Drawn, there's another one too. Hui. Oh no, Hui was fine because Drawn exists. These guys are tied together. This way. Ja is linked up with fist clenching thing, Ja. So something like clench. It's at the top. Top is the difficult part. Or not? What is it? What am I looking for? Oh, it's Zhi. Lines up with Zhi. Yeah, we'll continue. Oh, Scald. So what did I line up with? Oh, it doesn't work that well. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna really rewrite some of these. The left 6 we're gonna rewrite. These ones maybe not so much. Still having problems with seeing, because I usually think of how does that even work? That how that works? Yes. Wait. Right? Yes. She was a bit lost too. Then as well, there's also a mix-up between Duo and Jun. Zhang was disappointing. It's at the top. It was this, then this. Yeah, I'm missing something at the top. On all of these. Oh. Right, the part of the dress. Got stuck again. Wait, that's fine. Yeah. Also, yeah. Yeah, it's oh no, Dong is wrong Dong. Another day, another dollar indeed. Surprisingly, Ming is a little weird. So Ming. Alright, so let's figure out the six terabits. So what am I gonna do with you, It's the only one, at least I think, that actually has this use. I can't find it, so we're just gonna... what did I end up seeing? A cross, people... Oh, I saw a cross, not a tree. Okay. That's interesting. Nah, we're not using tree. Or are we? Oh, I remember what it is now. No, that's fine. Let's use not a tree. It's not a tree. Okay, let's see. Mario, bathroom. Running. Good. Form. High school foreman. Oh, wheat? Trying to... We have... What was that? Umbrella? Hat. We're gonna go with hat. Yeah, wheat is not great here. Discovered that a bunch of people are school students. Plumbing, backup, dumping wheat to the toilet. Foreman, no. Hard hats, hard hats. Trying to identify where the pipe crosses. Access wheat. Wow. Wait. Bathroom. Hoang, I think Hoang will go. Oops. Hoang. and be lined up. No, it can't be. Doesn't line up properly. I don't see how those two things like it. Just gotta do a better job. Harry Potter is in the English manner where he is with rich on wing. Rice fields. Some sandal. Super. Great. Big field. The big harvest. Collected. The dagger. Some sandals. This map. Okay, so no rescue for that one either. I don't know about C. I think C is lost cause as well. Nope. Night tide? Nope. I needed to see the spring of this. That's just pass. What about Lee? Lee is not useful. Ooh, I forgot. Clever is actually. Is that obsidian? What do you mean by is that obsidian? Ah, there was an obsidian. I didn't see an obsidian. What is this app? This app is HanziHero. Do we have that for English? What do you mean by to learn English? Or no, this is HanziHero. Alright. Slave. For learning English? I imagine there's quite a lot of English apps out there. What is this? The why? What do we have for paint, pen, and snowflake? Man, that's rough. Starting to get our Best hits. Okay, bound to an altar, right? Find a special wooden pen. Nope. I'm just gonna go with it. I can't be bothered. There's also meditate. And most of these have no options at the moment. Yeah, this one's easily has. Need an unreasonable. What choices do we have? To wind around, that's not great. Gluttonous. Oh, Cicada is coming up, I suppose. Oh, the Chan is coming. Chan is coming from the right. The list.我不知道。Let's see. D. Silk towel. Oh, we can just throw in Supreme Leader, so. Promptly, then good guard, promptly. That's crown. Well, I think we're gonna end up having to do some rote learning from now on until we reach a time. So we reach May. Start looking for some vocabulary words. Other characters. Might as well try to pick up some more characters. Okay, what else did I... What other sticking points were there? Oh, there's Joel. Joel. How many hours do I sleep? Not very. Well, I still sleep 8 hours. It's non-negotiable. I always sleep 8 hours. But I'm running out of time. So, like, I don't have time in the evening nor in the morning. Something came up multiple times this week. Like today, I had unexpected thing I had to discuss with, explain to my father for like 3 hours, and then had a conversation before, so I was already 5 hours out of the day. Yesterday, you know, that was already self-explanatory. Yesterday we met a new person yesterday, I'm just gonna refer to the person as Guy. Explain the relationship between Bunpro and WaniKani, and this person like started a Japanese course as well. It'll be interesting to hear from them maybe from a month from now. So that took up 5 hours, and then 2 days ago we had the conversation, and then 3 days ago we had a different conversation. So we've been out 5 hours back to back to back to back. Got 2 more days, got 2 days to catch up, provided I get up and I don't get up to spending 3 or 4 hours troubleshooting something. These things happen. Also, this is not out of the ordinary. I already anticipated that I'm going to be dropping like 15% of the characters, because we only do character study now in HanziHero. It's quite literally 18 to 20 characters a day until like mid-May. Then we're going to retroactively go backwards and then add vocabulary words when everything stabilizes, because we are no longer having more characters after this. Legitimately will cross the 3,869 characters. Yeah. And then we get to have some fun and farm some characters, write some sentences into all this stuff. It's pretty crazy that the length of time this is set to for the SRS, like none of it continues until the end. Like none of the characters are mastered or anything. They weren't ever out of the cycle. And then at some point we can double back and learn, like go over the simplified characters. There's always a chance to go over the simplified characters, because we only did the traditional Chinese. But we'll be probably writing sentences from now on. Like all of these radicals, I have enough depth to replace all the radicals in Chinese. I don't even need to. Yeah, so we are a month less, a little over a month. Yeah, a little over a month covering 3,869 traditional characters. So, and then what's going to happen is we're gonna write everything. We're gonna go over all the stuff for fun. Like look at vocabulary words and attach vocabulary words to some of the characters. At least 1,000 of the characters do not have any vocabulary words. While we're doing that, I'm basically already comfortable enough to replace nearly all the radicals in the mnemonics shorthanded in Chinese. So we're just gonna go and do that. Like instead of saying something like a hat, right? Mao is good enough for hats. Things like that. We'll just kind of line it up. And then when we go over simplified Chinese, then it's a natural review outside of figuring out all the ones that changed. That'll be interesting. And then we're done with our character studies. We're not gonna... This is gonna go into the background, and I will do it on my own free time. And it's already assumed that you make the assumption every once in a while I'll catch up. If there's an update for HanziHero, I'll cover the update for HanziHero, which can still happen. Otherwise, this will go into the background and it's automatically assumed that I'll do reviews for time being. So I'll take a break a little bit, like a break from lessons. And then we can really focus on getting Bunpro and stuff up to speed. So that's going to be great. It's going to be a lift. No matter how big this review queue stack goes, this is like one evening's worth of things. Like if I'm not streaming and not doing anything, I simply log in, and I can probably do this stack in 30 minutes or so without like having to vocalize and speak something. So right now, lessons are the priority. And we're favoring characters now. So all this stack, the 612 stack, that's vocabulary. Not for the newest characters. All the newest characters have no vocabulary words attached to them. It's really weird. Like for example, here's a fun little character in the non HSK one. So we've covered all the HSK characters. Here's a really fun character. Oops, that's really softly written. So this is Nao, right? But if you take the characters and write it this way, how? This means bad or not good. This means bad or not good. This one is a non-HSK character. Like this happens the whole time. And this is an HSK character. It's an HSK1, I think. Buhao just like not good, right? Not good. Like Heta. Like what is going on? What happened? And it happens all the time. Like it's really, so you're about a month from finishing. Yeah. So like all of this stuff is what's making this part hard. This group, like it does, I kind of understand why these characters are outside of the HSK characters, because most of them like suspiciously overlap with existing characters, and so it almost feels like these could be like stylistic or literary characters, basically like saying Nao, despite it's not Buhao. There was other ones where the parts are written differently. Hold up. I think a good one would be, it's so fascinating. What is it? I think it's gonna be no. It'll have to come up because it's new, so I'm still stuck on recognition. But we gotten to the point where like you have ideas like here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, here's one, and here's one. Do I know how many ones are I actually don't. The number that people throw around, is like less than 20%. Oh no, 2020. But that's out of how many are they considered? I don't know what the pool is. That seems kind of small out of like 10,000 plus characters. One 350 characters. That's pretty on the low side. There are major differences that include 350 characters. I was told that the average person, yeah, I was told that the person, if you learned simplified, like if you learned simplified and you're pretty reasonable with your character thing, it takes about 2 weeks, like roughly 2 weeks to figure out all the differences and like to expose yourself to the differences, and then vice versa. If you have traditional Chinese, it takes about 2 weeks. So I'm excited about that. Now, the next time I go back around, I'm probably gonna tie them up with Japanese as well, because some of these are wild. When it comes to Japanese has there are combinations that are interesting in Japanese. Now, like those radicals exist in Chinese, but they chose to swap it up a little bit, and yet if you put the radicals together, it seems similar. So there are a couple of them. I want to like do some fun little character studies, but this is really fun. I don't know how far you took your character studies. Seeing the differences in Hanzi versus Kanji is interesting too. You'll often notice the subtle, files will use. Yes, files will use the Hanzi version. Yes. Some of the like, there's typographical things like my one. Oh yes, yeah. Yep. Bone. Ooh, that is one sloppy way of writing it, but yeah, for bone. And there's like so here's one that is really nitpicky. Doing this for ear, like this overhang, it's a hit or miss depending on what type of font and what the styling, and it's like different between Japanese and Chinese which one has the overhang. Like you could fit something underneath here, maybe like this character is interesting. That's something new that came out of all the later characters. The moon with the down and up is something that I've inherited as well. There's so much to talk about. I don't even know how I'm gonna wrap this up. So in May is when this is gonna be, the character study portion is gonna end, and then for the rest of the year, so this HanziHero is not like completely feature rich, but it does have a dictionary. So the idea for the last haul is a dictionary. So you can go into the HanziHero, enroll in a dictionary, and you can add any vocabulary that is registered to this dictionary database, and you can roll it into your lessons, and then it'll rotate as needed. So during that period, I'm going to then start writing, like you have to write your own example sentences, because you're extracting the dictionary and put it in the I don't know the synthesizer that they have, the generator that they have will generate the things, but it's not really required. I can audibly do it myself. So that's kind of what we're going to do. We're gonna do like play a game, or I'm gonna read something in the evening or whatnot, and then we're gonna add it. If there's any particular words or whatnot, we're gonna look literally at the dictionary. But click on this character. I'm like, hey, let's go look at a list of words. What kind of words would I want with this character? Because 1,000 of the roughly 1,000 of the 3,896 do not have vocabulary words attached to them. That's what's making it very difficult right now. So what I'm doing is I'm attaching characters to other characters. So I'm embedding characters right now. And then I will be able to write sentences for them because I have to. I will be writing Chinese sentences or example sentences for them. That's kind of the exercise we're going to do. And that will alleviate because it will be, now we'll just be doing reviews. No, the characters will be fully exposed. Then WaniKani will come to a conclusion. Level 60 is approaching on July. And then Bunpro is the front. I haven't really planned on anything after yet because that will take us to the end of 2026. Bunpro will take us past 2026 actually. It will take us into half 2027. We'll probably do some JLPT stuff. It's kind of weird planning something after so long. Like it's been a year plus on this. And then we'll go back and look at what happened to Duolingo, right? Because actually the Japanese course and the Chinese course got updated several times. And the way I'm going to do the simplified Chinese is I'm simply just going to go back to the Chinese course in Duolingo. Chinese course in Duolingo was in simplified Chinese. So I actually started HanziHero after knowing about 1,000 Chinese using simplified Chinese. With HanziHero and WaniKani, eventually everything will be mastered, right? I mean, we just use it until it does. HanziHero's mastering takes 2 years. Like that's the SRS distance. So if you like don't ever get reset, it's 2 years. WaniKani is not. WaniKani is 6 months. Yeah, it's 6 months. The longest distance is like 1.5 years, or like maybe like 9 months, and that's after a month and 3. Like that's after 9 months. Up to that. So, like I haven't mastered any entry at all yet because it's 2 years. It's 2 years time. But it'll happen eventually. WaniKani is 6 months. WaniKani is 6 months. It's either 6 or 7 months or 8. It's around that. So WaniKani will probably mature on its own, but Bunpro is then going to take its place. So we'll use them in the background. But I do. So the reason why I stopped using Duolingo, not necessarily because I'm like I grew out of it or anything like that. It took a year, and then I tried to start it up again, and then we reached the end of the Duolingo Chinese course. It was actually really abbreviated. It went up to like HSK 3. So it covered Duolingo Chinese, obviously, since there's no kana and stuff, there's no issue of people complaining about, oh yeah, you can't, it doesn't lean you into characters because you have to learn the characters. So in the Chinese course, it was about 1,000 plus characters by the time it ends after like 300 or so days. It was a little bit shy of a year. But since then, since my year of HanziHero and WaniKani, it's double the length. So I can just simply go back, compare and contrast with simplified Chinese, because Duolingo is in simplified Chinese. And that would be like a fun activity. So see, because I don't expect to have too much. It would be more of a fun little activity to talk about and rant about the Chinese. It's fairly low effort, right? And low effort, but also transformative. We have to go back and see what it's like. The Japanese course is like in the middle. How I know that I'm fairly comfortable around
and 4 plus is because you had to learn all the vocabulary, I mean the grammar and stuff on your own. So we enriched it, and then we were halfway, maybe a little under halfway through the Duolingo Japanese course to see what it has. And the one thing that the Duolingo does is Duolingo does pattern associations. And I'm kind of curious how well my pattern associations are. So we're not talking about like sentences or building paragraphs and whatnot, simply looking at pattern associations. Like, hey, this character reminds me of this character. This type of thing is what is interesting. So we'll see. I do want to like complete or like look at all the things. Then I can make comments about it. You know, when someone says, oh yeah, I got excited, I tried Duolingo for a month, and now I want to go into something else. Well, doing the Duolingo stuff will give me an opportunity to ask them questions like, okay, what is it that you're looking for? What ties with this? So it gives me a basis to start, and it will take a fraction of the time. When I was using Duolingo for the first year, I actually created mind webs at the beginning and end of the beginning of every session. I mind webbed everything like manually on screen. So at the end of nearly every session, I did a flow chart of how all the characters are connected manually myself. And then in the beginning of every session, I write back that. So the vast majority of my penmanship and writing came from Duolingo, and not necessarily Duolingo did like have those exercises where you like basically mindlessly repeat the strokes and whatnot, and off of that I took the advantage of mind webbing all the vocabulary or the characters. So most of my penmanship actually came from doing a routine with Duolingo. And then half my routines associating characters, like pairing them up, like what I'm doing right now in order to compensate. Like, how do I know Joel is not Jun? Is how I manage to use Duolingo to my advantage, basically. Because Duolingo is specifically talking about, they don't learn by looking at the characters. You don't learn, like, they're not using you to scrutinize the characters. They're pairing you up with the characters. So they're paired up by meaning, and they're paired up by sound, and paired up by vision. So if you ever wanted a reason to know how to use Duolingo, it's this. This is what Duolingo uses, where they rely on, when they introduce a character, they're going to try to find another character that either sound the same pronunciation, or they're visually similar, or if I can click on an example that, and then similar meaning like this. So Duolingo's primary function is that when a character is introduced, they do 3 things. And that's how, in my opinion, when someone needs to learn something, this is the only component that this is the main component that they will notice if they are paying attention. Otherwise, you're basically providing the right answer. The idea is there are 3 properties that Duolingo arranges. The first one is meaning. So if the unit is about food, then all of the characters have something to do with food. 2, then the characters are either paired up by their meaning, by their relationships. So their relationship is, do they mean, like, what is their relationship? Are they opposites? Are they the same? Are they similar? And then the third one is, do they look similar? So regardless of what you learn,
when you have a character, it's probably going to introduce another character that looks similar over time. And then the last one is, do they sound the same? So most of the time, these are the 4 properties. And when you're using WaniKani and HanziHero, I use these properties. So outside of creating your mnemonics, one of the biggest routines, as I was using WaniKani and HanziHero last year, is automatically doing meaning, opposite, similar, mind webbing. Look for similarity in its visuals. So I often look immediately on spotting the difference between these. And then if they sound the same. If they sound the same, then it's useful to me. So things that are homonyms worked to my advantage in Chinese. Like, which Li am I talking about? It's easy to identify if they look similar, but with one difference. They look similar with one difference. So that's what Duolingo bootstrapped. If you're not paying attention, then you simply need to click on the right answer, right? Yes, if you repeat exercise 1, like for example, if you do exercise 1 and you know the right answer, this is the problem. When you know the right answer, then you simply need to click mechanically on the right answer. That's not what I ended up doing. Every time the question comes up, I go over 1, 2, 3, 4. So whenever you saw me, like whenever I do a lesson in Bunpro, or when I ever have that long lesson day in WaniKani, I do this when I read. So when I read a WaniKani entry, I would first say, okay, so this meaning reminds me of this character. Alright, well this is opposite of this character, which is similar to this character in meaning. And this kind of reminds me of this sound, or in this word, and that's kind of the typical routine. So I did that for a year, and that's creating association. So that's the association part. And then now moving forward into Bunpro, right? When we're doing Bunpro, we're testing WaniKani's mnemonics against the Duolingo like routine. So all of the routines are embedded in each other. Now, you don't really have to do any of this, right? It's not a really important thing. The idea is I want to create at one time, I want to embed all of these and come up with a master list of my routines. And the idea is the master list of routines will offer me many, like a list of many things that if someone asks me, oh, do you have any suggestions? Right? Not recommendations, not hacks. I can go through this list with someone very quickly. I'm like, oh, okay, so you have something on this, you have something on this, you have something on this, you have something on this. So that's what I did yesterday with our friend Guy. And they asked me, all right, so do you think WaniKani complements Bunpro? And I can immediately tell the person what is complementary, what is supplementary about the process between the two of them, whether it's going forward or backwards as quickly as possible. So that's kind of the goal. And then whenever if someone's like, oh yeah, I'm level 60 and WaniKani is like, interesting, can you tell me what kind of things you discovered about yourself, like your process in as you got to level 60? And if there's always a chance to like compare and contrast, that's how I remember most of these things. So in the future, we're going to be doing other things. Bunpro has introduced to me how I'm going to design sentences. So the way Bunpro is creating example sentences, I'm harvesting right now
how Bunpro creates sentences and how I would modify those sentences. And then in the second half of 2026, the vocabulary that I'm going to add using HanziHero, I'm going to write sentences using how I'm using Bunpro sentences to help me learn. I'm going to write and execute on that process by creating example sentences for HanziHero in my like addition of the vocabulary. So then it comes full circle. The thing that I have to do for myself is you can use a tool, use it long enough to understand its process. Then it adds to my wealth, right? Like I've been in education for over 30 years, so I've stacked a bunch of methods. So the idea is you use the tool for a significant amount of time, and it's a drop in the bucket. So what you do is you extract the information and you add all your own experience onto it. Then to execute on the principle, you need a proof of concept. So immediately after, once you acquire refining a process and you completed it, you lift your process and then you apply it to a different tool. So to have it as a proof of concept. So then you no longer need the tool, you just simply take the tool's process. So in my opinion, that's kind of how I have often imagined, at least in my opinion, how coders work. Like when people want to make apps or they want to create books and write textbooks and write instructional material. This is how I organize my experiments. You start with the introduction. You familiarize yourself with all the existing literature. And then you contextualize all the existing literature and research to your existing body of knowledge. Then you understand all of their methodology and you execute on their methodology. With the understanding of their methodology, then you can improve and iterate on their methodology in order to present your own novel findings. And then you need a question to tackle with all of it. And then that's the building of a thesis, right? So all the process deals with, all of this deals with the natural order of how to develop a concept, a proof of concept, and then you have to test it then. So my goal hopefully is that one day I can be of helpful service to someone. Obviously my goal is to publish something and have it freely accessible at some point, or I want to get, eventually I'll run out of fundamentals, and simply I can then pick up a review something with a little bit more reliable ability to like breeze through it. So whenever someone asks me in the future, hey, like, what do you think of this book? It's like, oh, hey, give me a month and, give me a couple weeks. I'll go look through it. I have enough experience now and I have a proof of concept. I've done this enough to provide maybe some cursory starting points, and that's kind of what makes it possible for me to feel confident about what I'm doing. So nowadays it's great, like James, if you ever talk about how, like, what you're doing, what you're discovering, and then when you move to, when you go to Japan, that other person that I met yesterday, they're going to Japan in October to study. I believe they're 29 and they might be like in a professional career already. So then I can, like, it's great that I'm running into people like you, James, and Drama. Drama is also going to Japan soon, and Drama works professionally as well. So I mean, I don't even know if you two are gonna cross paths all of a sudden and you wouldn't even notice it, right? So right now there's at least 3 or 4 people that I know, including yourself, that are going to Japan professionally, and all 3 of you or 4 of you are in different positions of your studying curriculum. But what I don't have access to is someone who I know have gone through the process and is professionally working in Japan. So this will be really interesting to collaborate and like think about how all of this works. I think the only reason it's not necessarily for completion's sake that I am interested in learning language. I'm interested in the process of learning language, not necessarily how much I learn. It's kind of humorous because in a blink of an eye, I'm already like between Japanese and Chinese when it comes to reading. We're already looking at like 4,000 to 5,000 characters, and it's pretty wild. Like it seemed like it was just yesterday that I'm still investigating how I would approach gamifying something. I have a couple written proof of concepts that I would pitch if I ever come across, someone who shares my inclination to create educational software or textbook stuff. I actually think one of the concepts of a tabletop game or a asynchronous application that deals with language exchange by developing a create your own story thing is a great idea. Like you take people's ingenuity to create sentences and then you string them together to make them a story together. Like some time ago, create your own story things, like AI, generative AI stuff, create your own story. People like that quite a lot, where you have a generative AI create the story and watch the streamer interact and stuff. But let's take that a step further. Let's remove the generative AI part and make it into an asynchronous game. Because on the forums, when you think about WaniKani, Bunpro, Anki stuff, there are various patterns of behavior that language learners interact with each other indirectly. As in, they don't have to engage in their social anxieties and whatnot, but it can be a bridge to socializing. So I thought about it would be a fantastic way to create a platform in which the purpose of the platform is to create asynchronous creative sentence composition that deals with exchanging and composing and contributing to a story, an ongoing story. And the milestones and the celebrations are to take a record of those stories generated. Now, it is a combination of many concepts, like the draw together concept that is very popular in the art area, and word with friends for the whole asynchronous thing about Scrabble. So you take this concept, right? And then you combine it with creating something, because creating something together is one of the most powerful motivators. Not a streak system, not a something that genuinely can be published. So if you can form a platform that allows people to create something that is publishable, then that itself can fuel curiosity for others to join. So I've been thinking, man, in maybe like 2 or 3 years of time, I could probably conceptually flesh out a way to create like a free, somehow a self-sustaining platform in which the creators, the people who play the asynchronous platform so I write a sentence, right? Something like, the boy walked into the bar. At any level, whatever your JLPT level is, you have a particular daily requirement, which is, have you wrote your sentence yet? But the sentence is shared asynchronously with anyone who
wants. You can filter based on, hey, I want someone in the same JLPT level that I am, right? So you have a simplified matchmaking system. And what happens is you asynchronously go back and forth contributing to a short story. And you can develop a system to create and suggest like, oh, if you're having problems coming with the sentence of the next one, how about writing what the boy will eat next? And then that in itself, you can spike the prompts to help people become more creative if they're not creative. The thing is, in the end, everyone will generate a short story between them. You imagine good moderation would be important there? Yes, absolutely. Because that would be a necessity, obviously. Otherwise, you can go privacy. You just make everything non-public. So that's another approach. The idea is that there's so much more to do. It takes like... I've been working on something like this for several years now. Like ever since like I stopped working on my... like ever since I completed my thesis, I thought about like legalities and logistics. However, there's also vetting. You can vet for moderation. The wonderful thing is I absolutely love like Wordle, the idea of Wordle, the idea of Word with Friends, connection. I forgot what the draw together application is. The idea is we have to continue to encourage. The bottom line is to encourage that there's a bridge for creation, a bridge for human to human, even if it's asynchronous or something, to encourage the idea that it is habitual to want to create things together. And I think WaniKani's forum, not so much HanziHero's forum, but like perusing the language learning, people already do that quite a lot, but they do it in a way that is not necessarily encouraged to interact with each other beyond being like detached advisors. So one of the most successful and consistent thing that is still pretty much free are things that are asynchronously creating together or comparing together. But even then, Wordle is a disjointed thing. Wordle is your own thing and another person's thing. But if we take what I understand about the Twitch community and like various creators that I really enjoy about YouTube, collaborative asynchronous exchange contributing to the creation of something that's mutual is timeless. The creators that I like, about 14 of them, they've been around for 15 plus years, and the way their community interacts, even asynchronously, has not waned, and it has resisted so many of the trends that I find a bit disagreeable and alarming, which is the idea that humans don't treat each other like humans anymore in various things. They treat them as numbers, as vehicles, and transactional. So we can leverage that in order to make them organically or naturally want to work with each other. Because the moment you try to create a story with each other, right? You write a sentence, you would start to see the other person or the people you're paired up as people, as collaborators. You're no longer looking at what they have to offer to you, but you're just kind of looking forward to what kind of sentence they're going to add to your story, right? Like you can pair up and you can decide how you filter, how you moderate, and the moderation is going to be built into the matchmaking system. So when you say good moderation, it's self-moderated as well as moderated upon publication. So like when you go into this like matchmaking system, it'll be like, oh, okay, I want only PG-13 and I only want people that are JLPT JLPT 1 to 3, or hey, you know what? Let's just get someone who thinks they're JLPT 1. I don't care if I'm JLPT 3. whatever sentence they write, I will try to understand it so I can write my next sentence. And then obviously, you release the API and you can make it sure that it is compatible with all the popular plugins that people can sentence mine on their own, like Yomitan and whatnot. You can place it on top because it will be a web interface. So the idea is, even if someone is JLPT3, they can decide for themselves, I want JLPT1 partner. They get linked, and then that's, yeah. So anyways, lots of things to talk about in the future. Maybe we'll see it realized in 5 years. You know? That's probably like a slight やってみましょうか? I mean, shall we give it a try? What do you mean by shall we give it a try? Oh, you mean like creating the task on its own? Let's see. ある日 one day, イケメンやつがいたがいた。There is some kind of man, maybe handsome man? Okay. 公園に行く。You know, 公園に行く。後で、ハイキングする。I suppose. Something like that. And then you take your time and you go back and forth, right? And it's not going to be necessarily graded. I don't think we're going to do like the thing where you're supposed to be graded on their accuracy, or not necessarily like the idea of accuracy, but trying to encourage each other to self-correct, or then look at trying to proofread each other's things, right? So the idea is you go and be self-encouraging, right? Baka de ai yama o nobotta. I climbed a mountain, or he climbed a mountain. Maybe like風 let's see, like 風が強かった。山は綺麗だ。綺麗かった。How do you say? So no yama wa kirei datta. Kirei datta. All right. Anyways, it was nice exchanging.
where I'm gonna head out now because it's getting late. We'll come back after 8 hours and try to catch up on stuff. But thanks for the humor. Thanks for the humor. Yeah, 楽しい。楽しい。I hope, I mean, obviously, if someone made this already, we gotta find out if someone made it already. That would be kind of cool. I would totally play the game. Like, we would come together, right? James, Drama, like the three of us would be sufficient to like go back and forth creating stuff. I would, if I had to do anything, I would probably describe the scenery the whole time. Okay. And eating, probably. Alright. So that is a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, right? 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by Yap, Exchange. Yeah, hi. Oh yes, Mina. That's got it. Otsukare-sama. I'm not sure if you're gonna go to bed. Obviously, you seem like you're in another time frame, so have a good time, right? Ogenki de. Take care, stay safe. So until next time, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Bye.